apologize yesterday. Unfortunately, we could not get the stream going. I had some... Welcome to the GKA Kite World Cup here in Dakhla. So we are going to be moving over to the waves. We are currently going to start in round number 1, heat number 5. We apologize that unfortunately yesterday we could not get the live stream up and running. Technical issues as we changed from one side to the other and just couldn't get it up. So yeah, really nice to finally be live with you and be able to show you this beautiful wave location. Wind's a little light at the moment, but we will be able to see some bigger waves and some more wind coming through the afternoon. You can already see on your screen there, Mr. Kiahi de Boited. Very, very talented wave rider, multiple world champion, and also a multiple-time winner here in Dakhla. Getting keen, you know, the wind just started to filter in, the clouds are starting to burn off, and hopefully we will get some good conditions here in Dakhla. Just a little recap of what happened yesterday, as you guys weren't be able to see that. We ran the women's single elimination with Kirsty Jones coming up on top of the podium with that first position. Kirsty, a local here in Dakhla, and she really did show it, you know, managing the waves, giving the judges what they were looking for. She really was joining up those sections, keeping the fluidity from the one side of the wave to the other, staying in the pocket and really hitting it on that critical point. Amazing surf from her. And then we also had in second position Charlotte Carpentier, one of the most complete kite surfers we have on tour. Very good freestyler and also a very talented wave rider. Really good to see her here in second position in Dakhla. So there you can see everybody just setting up, getting those kites ready. Wind filtered in a little bit this morning, but then unfortunately it dropped off again. But it is playing with us, it is teasing us, but I'm sure the beautiful desert winds will just come along and we'll be able to get some nice wave riding here. Yesterday the waves probably got to maybe shoulder high, very clean out on the point, but in the end, as we couldn't have that live stream, once again we do apologize for that. We were able to get through to round 5. So at the moment, heat number 5, we will have Pedro Matos, Ray-Ban, a local guy from El Mami Ray-Ban, so local guy riding Cabrina. Then we will have Tony Chiliberto, multiple wave champion from Italy, and Daniel Weber from Germany. That will be the first lineup. What is happening is we are joining the panels here. So technically these are 2 heats, but they are in the water at the same time. And what will happen is we will have 2 judging panels of 3 judges. So Pedro Matos will be going up against El Mami Ray-Ban, and Tony Chiliberto will be going up against Daniel Weber. That is what's going to happen as soon as the wind comes here in the beautiful country of Morocco, Dakhla. We've moved, as we mentioned, if you're just joining us, GKA Kite World Tour. This is day number 7, and we've changed over to the kite surfing disciplines. The surfboards are out, and we want to see the boys and girls out there on the wave. We've moved over to the beautiful hotel of Dakhla West Point. This is of the same group as Dakhla Attitude and Pika Van Sang. Really nice hotel, literally right on the water. You can hear the waves when you're sleeping at night. There's not a better lullaby than a little bit of sound of the ocean to get you into those Zeds. And then you can just wake up in the morning, surfing the morning out on the point. And then as soon as the wind starts to kick in, which we were hoping that's going to happen today, you can get those kites out and start having some fun out there with your kites. At the moment, conditions are borderline. It went suitable a little bit for about 5 minutes, but it is very close. So I know race director Juan Antonio has all the boys and girls there on standby. As you can see, the kites ready to go. A couple of the riders were out, got a few turns, but still just not quite enough wind. As there's a little bit of a current here on right next to West Point, we need to have a little bit more wind so they can have those suitable conditions.
Really easy setup here at West Point. Like I was mentioning before, you wake up, have a shower, just chill. Pretty much look from your pillow. You can see if there's waves or not. Nice surf in the morning. Come back to a beautiful breakfast of just fruits. Traditional salmon, kind of like crepes, all the different omelets. So really looking after us here in West Point. Then as soon as the wind picks up, you can go for that kiting session. Or if not, they have the Casavoir, which is a surf school. So if it just gets better and you want to come here and just having some surfing fun, this is definitely the place to be if you want to be on that surf orientated holiday when it comes to Dakhla. Once again, we want to say a big thank you to all the sponsors that have made this happen. A big shout out to Dries, Leia, and Mulai, the owners of the Dakhla Attitude Group. Without them, this would not be possible, and big shout out to them. Without you guys, this would not happen, and it's great that you make us feel like family here, and great to be back again. Also, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Sport and Youth, MGDP, the authorities of Dakhla, Havaianas, Bavaria, Starbucks, Red Bull, Hit Radio, all the everybody that gives that little grain of sand that makes these events happen, and it's great to see these doing better. This year, for the first time, this event is a dual discipline, so that means we've had the freestyle action that you've been seeing on the live, where everybody has just been pushing the level, and we've seen the likes of Mikael Sol and Valentin Rodriguez taking the win there, and then now coming over to the other side of the peninsula, so to say, we come over to the ocean side and we have really good waves as well. This is why Dakhla is becoming a very important milestone. It's kind of becoming a mecca when it comes to kiting worldwide, because there are more than 300 days of wind a year, and you have both flat, choppy, downwinds, flat section, constant, waves, surf, great food, really beautiful culture. It's a very complete package to come to, and to escape a little bit of the colder seasons in Europe, you come down here nice and warm. Gets a little bit chilly in the evening, obviously, because of the desert thermal effect, but during the day it's nice and warm. You can just come out here and have a little holiday, and if you are, make sure you get in contact with the Dakhla Attitude Group. They will help you out and make sure that you have a desert experience, an experience of your lifetime down here in the beautiful country of Morocco. So at the moment we have kind of two little competition bases. We have down on the left hand side of the point down at the beach, we have the big setup where we have all the marquees and the tents ready as soon as if the conditions go towards the strapless freestyle. The beauty of the GKA Kite World Tour is, depending on the conditions, we adapt the discipline. So obviously, here Dakhla is fought for more of a mixed format, to 100% waves to a mixed format where we would combine scores both from the waves and the freestyle orientation. If there are no waves but the wind is suitable, we'll be moving forward to the strapless freestyle side, and then that is one of the beauties of the tours, because it means that the world champion is really the most complete rider out there. You have to know how to perform on every type of condition, be it freestyle, be it surfing, be it flat, be it wavy. This is what we are looking for, and great to be back in Dakhla. One of the most nicest mixed general conditions here. So this is why, year after year we come back here, and great to be here in October. And obviously our final coming up in Brazil in November, we will be going to Praia, where we will see who will be crowned world champion. The top of the tables, both on the strapless and on the freestyle side of the world championship, are so close. Everybody really is right next to each other. On the surf side, we have Ayrton Cosolino in the lead, with James Carew and Mitu Monteiro following close behind. And then on the freestyle, like we mentioned before, Adeldi, Maxime, Leon and Valentin really pushing to see who will get that world champion spot. And it's going to be good to wait to Brazil to see who will claim it. Ayrton Cosolino has a solid lead so far, so he is likely at the moment looking to take that world championship, but anything can happen. And there we can see on the screen now, Kiahi de Boites loves this wave, has won this event multiple times. Great to see him back on tour this year. Front foot forward, the way Kiahi just lets the tail loose on every single turn, and just the general waterman that he is, the amount of hours he spends in the water, he really shows when it comes to his surfing. And you can see how keen he is. He likes this wave. He knows the spots, knows the conditions, and just wants to get out there. But at the moment, it does look like the wind is a little light. Hopefully, it's going to start to pick up. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time, so that means it's 5 o'clock Central European time. So hopefully, we still have light until around 8 o'clock here. So a good solid 4 hours. And yesterday, during the afternoon, it did start to pick up. So hopefully, the wind gods can hear me. They can throw some wind at us down here in the desert, get that sand flying, and get our riders out on the water. The best of the best are here. They're ready to rip the waves in Dakhla apart, and there you can see the beautiful point of West Point Hotel, where you can really just enjoy those waves and get them all the way from the point to the inside. Had a little surf session this morning, so it was nice to get out there and just start getting in the water. And here we can see once again Kiahi Boitis. There's a little outside section there. You can see why it's such a complete way. Here you have a guy on the wave here surfing, goes all the way from the outside, and there Kiahi, big hack off of the top. Looks like the wind's starting to filter in. If I'm not mistaken, that's his 11. Yet again, another turn on the top, just coming back to the power section of the wave. Bit small out there, the tide is starting to go out, and there's kind of a section on the outside near the point, and then you kind of ride it all the way in, and then the wave starts to jack up again. So Kiahi Boitis just testing it out, which is great also for the judges and for race director Juan Antonio to be able to see what the conditions are. Getting that kite, important on these cross offshore conditions to make sure that your kite is pushing you back onto the wave. So you can just see in that shot there where Kiahi's kite was positioned low and pulling him back into the wave so he can continue on that turn. Different ways of riding when it comes to onshore or offshore, but this guy here, multiple world champion, knows what he's doing and comes to the surfing, just having a little play, getting used to the conditions. Hard out there at the moment, letting that tail loose on that laid back and just making the most of the white water to give him that. So definitely getting close to suitable, but conditions still seems a little bit light out there. I know we're going to have our eye on this very closely to see if the wind does start pushing through. But obviously, if we have the likes of Kiahi out there, he wants to start these conditions as soon as it is suitable. He is going to be pushing to get it started, and so are all of the riders. And as I mentioned before, we are currently going to be in heat number 5, round 1 of the men. Pedro Matos is against El Mami Rayban from Morocco, and then we have Tony Giliberto against Daniel Weber from Germany. So that will be the first heat on the water. Technically, it's 2 heats, but they're in at the same time because our judging panel is of 3 judges. So 6 judges judging at the same time, but 2 different people. This way we can advance a little bit, get through that 3rd round, and then it will be going to 5 judges on 2 riders. So still quite light there. I mean, if Kiahi can't stay upwind, nobody can. So hopefully wind will start filtering through and we'll be able to get this show on a roll. You can see some of the guys also taking the opportunity just to get their head wet, get in there with their surfboards and have a little surf. A lot of them are out there surfing, and Dakhla, this West Point wave is really good for foiling as well. The foil movement is coming hard on in the industry, and also with the foil wings. So very complete water sports location this, and this time of the year when it starts to get a little chilly up in Europe, it's nice to feel the desert sun on you in the mornings and go out still in that shorty tutu wetsuit, or I even see a guy going out in board short yesterday, but that's a little bit keen if you're asking me. So yeah, complete location, best kiters in the world, best location for this time of the year here in Dakhla, and hopefully conditions will start pumping and we'll be able to show you guys on the stream what this country can produce. So bear with us a little bit. It does look like, and getting some information here, it does look like very close to being suitable. Hopefully we'll be able to start. Hopefully we can be able to start very soon. I can see, Yep, there you go. I got some info in here. Sorry, does look like we're going to be starting very soon. Juan Antonio getting very close to, very close to suitable conditions. So bear with us. We're going to be just going to go on standby right now. I'm going to get some more information from the booth, and as soon as this starts to pump, as soon as we get the heats to be running, I'll be right back with you. So yeah, this is the A7 of GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla, and we are going to be starting with the wave riding heat number 5 of round 1 of the men. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're back here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. We are here with the kite surfing discipline. Surfboards are out, and we want to see some hacks on these beautiful waves here in front of the West Point Hotel. Looks like conditions are getting almost near to suitable. I can see the horn going off left, right, and center, and some of the riders already out there testing it up. Very close to suitable right now, and hopefully it will get to those good conditions that we're used to here in Dakhla. Once again, a couple of the riders already out there. We are in round number 1, heat number 5. Pedro Matos from Brazil against El Mami Raiban, the local here. Then we have Tony Chiliberto up against Daniel Weber. You can see a few people on the stream there from Germany, so obviously Daniel's got some following, and then also Tony Chiliberto from Italy. So, great to see you guys tuning in. Stay tuned as we are nearly here in sequence. You can hear our race director Juan Antonio shouting down my left ear that it looks like we are going to get this competition on a roll. Conditions are quite marginal at the moment, but in the end, let's not forget it. If it is suitable, what the GKA Kite World Cup is looking for is for the most complete rider. Of course, all of us would love it to be perfect 7 meter with 2 meter barreling waves out there, but it isn't that quite there yet. We have seen it happen here in Dakhla in the years before, and we can see some sets are starting to come through, but we are hoping that it will start to get better and better. You can see, if I'm not mistaken, that will be Daniel there coming on the wave from Germany, Ozone rider. Starting to mix it up a little bit. There's kind of 2 sections here at the West Point Hotel. You can see a section a little bit further out near the point where you can get a couple of turns on, then it kind of mellows out and then hits the inside reef as well. So you definitely can get some long rides. Unfortunately, at the moment, wind is a little tricky on the inside due to the low intensity here at the moment. But forecast is for it to pick up throughout the afternoon. Almost there as we're standing, and hopefully once again we will be able to get this competition started for the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Really good to see how many different riders from all the different nationalities are here. We've had more than 30 nationalities here in Dakhla. So really, all the different cultures sharing their different experiences. In the end, this is part of it. When you travel in the world with the same group of guys and girls, just share the different experiences, share the different cultures from the different countries, and just become one big family. And, really happy to be part of this GKA Kite World Tour because, the people involved, organizers, the crew, everybody, our passion is kiteboarding, and to be able to travel the world with, such a great group of riders and crew, it is a privilege and great to be able to transmit that to you here throughout the stream. But at the moment, conditions are very marginal. You can see the kite swooping left, right, and center. Hopefully it will pick up a bit once again. It is day 7 here in Dakhla. Kite surfing is the game today. You can see how complete this location of Dakhla is. There on the screen you can see surfing in the background, kite surfing in the foreground, and probably a couple of guys or girls having beers there at the beautiful hotel of West Point, which you can see just there. Those nice huts there you have in the back. Really great place to come. You can literally just hear the waves at night. There is no better lullaby than the sound of the ocean, and this place really does prevail when it comes to that. Great to be back. This is the 10th year these guys have been having World Cups, and really make us feel like a family here. Once again, thank you Driss, Layla and Mulai for making this happen. Without these guys it would not be possible, and everybody that makes this event as big and as good as it can be. And great to be back once again in Morocco. Can see them running up and down the beach a bit, trying to get a little bit further upwind. Very close to being suitable here. Not quite suitable yet. Once again, our race director, Juan Antonio, is going to be looking at that closely. And I can see there, yeah, that definitely looks like Daniel is struggling on that big ozone kite. Conditions are very close. And here you have, I have info in from our tour manager, Tom Hartman. that countdown is going to start very, very shortly. So this is getting as close as possible. But who knows? It might happen. The wind the forecast is said to pick up. It did pick up yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, we had technical issues. Could not bring the stream to you, but it was able to get through some rounds of the men. And Kirsty Jones coming on top of the women's single elimination here. Local from Dakhla, originally from Wales. Been riding in the wave scene for a very, very long time. And she really was connecting those sections and giving the judges what they wanted to see. Fluidity and really that surf side of our beautiful sport of kiteboarding. And that is why at the moment she stands on first position with Charlotte Carpentier in second. Great super final we had there. And yeah, looking forward to see the men's get through the single elimination and hopefully be able to have enough conditions to be able to do doubles as well, to really see them battle it out here down in the desert to see who will be crowned the champion of this year's 2019 GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco. Once again, Kiahi there, Boites is out there pushing. He wants to see this event get started. A multiple-time winner, multiple world champion, considered one of the best A, watermen, and B, kite surfers in the industry. We've seen multiple videos from him. He was just telling me he came back from a trip from Hawaii with his good friend Rio Stevens, and you know, these guys push the wave discipline. You've seen Kiahi. Anybody who knows the kite surfing discipline, we've seen photos of him in Carlisle break getting huge barrels. He is always on the water. I woke up this morning at around 8 o'clock. He was already out on the water foiling. Then he came back in, had breakfast, went out again for yet another foil. Now he's out there on his kite pushing it because there's conditions, and it's not just to push the competition to get it started because he wants this comp to get on a roll. It's also because he just loves being in the water. And this is why Kiahi is one of the best kite surfers out there. And as I mentioned, former world champion and also multiple event winner here for us here in Dakhla. Great to see him back on tour, and it's always good to see him in a wave competition. Going to be producing the goods, and definitely one of the heavy hitters here for Dakhla. There we can see our jet ski also analyzing, probably getting a couple of readings there for Juan Antonio to see what the conditions are like. Kiahi looping the kite, going off the top, letting loose that tail, getting that kite in a position to pull him back on once again, hitting it in that section. You can really see the guys and girls that are have a higher level here when it comes to the wave. They really know how to read it. You can see Kiahi there once again doing that little foam climb, coming back down, producing power, going up and hitting it on the critical section of the wave. What is the critical section of the wave? It's where the wave is just about to break. So it's where the wave is the most vertical and the most difficult to hit it. So timing is a huge aspect, and you know, judges are looking for that. We're looking for the surfing side at the moment. This is 100% wave riding. So, you know, all of the surfing counts. They have a 15 wave total max, and top 2 waves are the ones that count on the score. What are judges looking for? They're looking for power. They're looking for style. They're looking for verticality. They're looking for variety of maneuvers. They're looking that they are surfing the wave and not using the kite to pull themselves around. That they really connect. They're using the kite as an assistance and not as a substitute when it comes to the power of the wave. And, you know, prime example out on the water there at the moment we see Kiahi. Now he's probably going to come up. There you go. Just a nice cutback. What is a cutback? It means they go out on the face, come back towards that white water to regenerate power to continue down the face. Now he's going to go one more time looking for that section. You can see him just chilling it out off the top. He's pretty much surfing this wave as much as possible. Always hitting it. There's that little vertical section there right off the lip, making sure that kite is low so it pulls him back onto the wave and just having fun with it. But still, he's already had a solid couple of turns on it here, and we can see some of the surfers also want to get in on the action to also have fun here in Dakhla as well. perfect example there of why we should just all be multidiscipline riders. Why? Because in the end, every condition has its perfect situation. And if you can surf, if you can kite surf, if you can freestyle, if you can foil, if you can surf foil, it's just going to be right there on the water as much as possible. So it looks like we're going to go into sequence. I can hear the horns going off. So first on the water is going to be round 1, heat number 5 of the men. Pedro Matos, El Mami Ray-Ban, Tony Chiliberto, and Daniel Weber. So stay with us because it looks like we are going into sequence. Okay, yeah, so it is official. This competition is getting started. 1 minute 15 seconds to the start of this heat. This is what we wanted to see. I can see the sun's coming out a bit, so obviously it's burnt off a few of the clouds, and that means that the wind is going to start to filter through. So we have in this heat, if you're just joining us, GKA Kite World Tour stop in Dakhla, Morocco. We have day number 7. It's time for the surfing to come into the competition. We have round 1, heat number 5. Pedro Matos from Brazil riding for duotone. El Mami Ray-Ban, who is out there on the duotone as well. We have Tony Giliberto, RRD rider, multiple Italian wave champion. And then we have Daniel Weber, who is out on that ozone kite, if I'm not mistaken, just getting some information in. I think that is Daniel there. As soon as I can confirm that, I will let you know. So, we are going to start 22 seconds until the start of heat number 5. I can hear the horns going off there. So, yeah, just looking at the stream. Hi, Daniela Landrini from Italy. Great to see the Italians getting involved there. Obviously, Tony Chiliberto on the water. This is what we want to see. So, that looks like, okay, that is going to be Pedro Matos with the red duotone. Al Mami, if I'm not mistaken, will be the other duotone we just saw out there, the blue and dark blue, so to speak, different tones. Then we will have Tony Giliberto, who is on the RRD, and Daniel Weber, who, if I'm not mistaken, is on that ozone black kite, just getting some information in. Here we have Tony Giliberto. So this heat has started. There you go, RRD rider. Going backside on that inside section. Good little turn off the top. It definitely steams light still, but, you know, really moving that board around to produce a little bit more speed. A couple of turns there. Getting a score on the board. Let's not forget they have a 15 wave total with the top 2 waves counting. Looks like Tony Giliberto has decided to come in so he can go a little bit further upwind. Intelligent riding then from him. And here we will have, if I am not mistaken, this is Daniel Weber. I apologize. Looks like the guy on the ozone info just in is Al Mami. So here we go. Good bottom turn there. Unfortunately, just getting the timing wrong and getting caught up by the wave. Pedro Matos in the back. One of the most talented wave riders and surfers we have on tour. That's that critical section, making sure that he can really see how he's using the power of the wave and using the kite as an assistant and not a substitute when it comes to the surfing side. Went from one section to the other. Nice tail slide there, super controlled. You really see how he keeps that center of gravity low, whips the tail around. Going to be a good score for him there. You can see Tony Giliberto before got a 2.8. Al Mami there had a 0.93. So Al Mami is on the duotone and Daniel Weber will be on the ozone. Info finally in. I apologize for that. Connection down here is a little slow, but we have started to get the info. And here we have Pedro Matos milking that section until the very end. Okay, so Daniel Weber from Germany coming straight at us on this wave. Looks like he's got that outside section. I just say a shout out to Patrick Alvarez. Let's let Cape Verde happen again. I know it is very close to happening and to being confirmed. We had epic conditions there. But this place here in Dakhla can also give us epic waves, and it does look like it's getting better and better. So yeah, great to see you guys enjoying the tour. We've had some amazing waves throughout the year, and hopefully Morocco, one of the best waves in the world, can provide the goods and have a really good event here at the beautiful location in front of the West Point Hotel in Dakhla. So far we have Pedro Matos with a 6.83, El Mami Ray-Ban with a 0.93, a 2.8 for Tony Chiliberto, and scores coming in for that wave attempt from Daniel, so that's just going to be an in and out, so probably in the 0.5 range. So let's not forget, these are 2 heats on the water. We have 2 judging panels out there. So at the moment, Pedro Matos is going to be battling it out with El Mami Ray-Ban, and then Tony Chiliberto will be in the water with Daniel Weber. So far, Pedro Matos in the lead, as is Tony Chiliberto, RRD rider from Italy. Once again, 16-minute heats. Obviously, the wave periods, which means the time in between the sets, little low at the moment, so it does take quite a while in between sets. That's why Juan Antonio has given these riders a bit more time to be able to make sure that they have at least 2 or 3 sets in the heat. It's about 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes in between the sets, so they're definitely going to have 2 decent to 3 decent sets throughout the heat. Let's not forget they have a 15 wave total that they can do. Those are 15 waves are the ones that they can perform on, and the top 2 scores will count. Just saw there Tony Chiliberto riding for RRD with that big orange kite. Looks like he's on his 12 meter, trying to get an inside section, but not quite able to there. This is El Mami Ray-Ban, the local from Morocco, on the inside, riding the blue duotone kite. Still seems a little bit light out there, but definitely suitable at the moment. Once again, we'd love it to be perfect 7 meter with 2 meter barreling waves, but the World Tour, you have to compete in everything. We are looking for the most complete kite surfer out there, and this is the person that would be crowned world champion at the end of the year. Here we have Daniel on a nice little section. Moves the kite a little bit, trying to, but he is, you can see he's very far in front of the wave, so he isn't using the power of the wave, he's actually using the power of his kite. See, this could be a good example. If we see Pedro Matos in the back, Pedro really does keep on the wave, so what that means is he uses the power of both. So great riding there from the Brazilian. You can see him whacking it out the back, really letting those fins loose, getting that low center of gravity. Good turn here from Daniel I just saw. As I have both riders on the screen, let me give you a little info of that. Unfortunately, getting it held up on the bottom. Pedro just making the most of that, transition period in between the 2 sections. This is what I mean. Look how he is still on the power of the wave. Solid hack off the top, coming back to the power zone. Little pump at the bottom is going to get that. Yeah, you go, as I would always say, going back to the top section. Big, letting those fins loose at the top. That's going to be another solid score for the Brazilian. Very, very talented wave rider. Definitely a guy to look out for on the stream, and he is very close behind when it comes to general tour standings. So he obviously means business here in Dakhla and showing it with the skills he's producing on these light conditions. Can see a few more people joining the stream. Hey, welcome Karim and welcome Juanjo. Great to have you watching us. You can see GKA Kite World Cup Day 7 waves are out there. Forecast says it's going to pick up a bit. There we have El Mami Ray-Ban, the sunglasses man himself. On a wave, he's a little bit too far forward, so he's really dependent on the power of the kite to stick on there. He wants to stay closer to that white water so he can be able to surf it. Unfortunately, not quite getting the option there. That will be an in and out, as we would call it here in the judging tower. So that will be an attempt for him. But, so there we have the highest scoring wave of the heat. That one we saw from Pedro Matos from Brazil before. 8.43. Why is he getting those scores compared to the other guys? He is surfing the wave. He's using the power of the wave and is maximizing the power of the kite to assist his surfing, not to substitute the strength that the wave has. Joining up sections, variety, he's had off the lips, he's had cutbacks, he's come around, he's done those nice roundhouses where he does go back to the foam ball, does a couple of foam climbs, links it together and keeps it fluid, keeps it as surfing as possible. And one of the things Pedro does do, and we saw it also in Mauritius, he goes so vertical that it's insane how he can go past that 90-degree angle. So, really good surfing here from the Brazilian, showing that he can produce the goods in marginal conditions, and he really is doing that here. He already has a 8.43 and a 6.83, totaling out at 15.26. You can see the free riders out there trying to get a little bit of the gust on the outside. They can maximize. Looks a little bit windier, further past the point, so that way they can come in on the gust. And then as they're using the power of the wave to surf it, then they don't really need as much power in the kite. Jeremy Lenz just joining the stream. Great to see him watching. Being a competitor before, riding for F1. Jeremy, welcome. Great to see you here. Hope you enjoy the show we have here in Dakhla. The boys and girls are out there. Conditions improving, and hopefully it will just get bigger and better. There we can see El Mami Ray-Ban. Excuse me, that is Pedro Matos. Trying to aim up this little excuse of a wave and maximizing it. In the end, it's competition. He has to, get some scores on the board. Nice carve there. We saw from before. He's going to ride that little bump all the way to the inside section, and hopefully it will get a bit bigger on the inside there. Okay, off the top, letting the fins loose. That's the critical section we were talking about. Unfortunately, getting caught up on the fins there. You really see how he does hit that lip just as the wave's breaking, so that gives him maximum power. And to do that kind of timing is what the judges are looking for. So he's decided to take the inside section of this one that actually does look like a nice wave. Top turn, letting the fins loose. Here he comes again. Good connection on the bottom turn. Huge hack off the top. You can see how he goes back to that foam ball, so he keeps the power, assisting himself with the kite, but he really is using the strength of the wave. Again, a little bit of a cut back there towards the foam ball. Over the top, just riding the little white water over the top of that wave. Solid 3 or 4 turns for him. At the moment, he is in the lead and obviously proving himself here on the lighter conditions in Dakhla. Great surfing here from the Brazilian. Big shout out to Paul Rimmer. Hey, good to see you here on the stream. Here we go. We have Daniel, Ozone Rider, getting an outside bit of a bomb. You can see the swell is starting to push through, but unfortunately doesn't look like he could continue with the power on that wave. So that's going to be what we call an in and out. That is going to be an attempt. At the moment so far, Tony Chiliberto is in the lead in his heat. Close though, it's only a 5.47 and a 2.37 respectively. And then we have El Mami Ray-Ban has his work cut out for him. But I mean, he has had a tough draw. Going up against Pedro Matos in your first heat is no easy option. But he would still have the double elimination. This is why we are hoping for the win to go through. So we can do, the single and the doubles. That is a format where all the riders have a second chance to come back and, go in for that title for the crown here in Dakhla. As I mentioned before, Pedro Matos really playing to the judges. A 7.1 for that last wave, connecting the sections and fluidity from one part of the wave to the other, going vertical. Variety of movements, not just copy paste, where we can see sometimes he really does. He does a snap, then he does a hack, then he does a cutback, comes around, goes to the foam ball, climbs. You can really see the surfing skill and orientation in this Brazilian. Such good surfers there in Brazil. And Pedro Matos, once again, proving why he is one of the top contenders here in the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. You can see Tony Chiliberto for RRD there. He rides both frontside and backside both ways. Very complete rider. Still yet to have a decent score at the moment, but still in the lead. Okay, so Daniel had a 1.13 for that last wave, and here we have Tony switch to backside. Wave selection also, when it is small, is crucial, because if you do pick off the right wave, you are obviously going to get scored higher, because you are taking the risk and showing your knowledge of the ocean to be able to get those top scores. So this is going to be an important aspect for this competition. You can see here, Tony Chiliberto, not really a face on that at all, so that will not be a big score for him. We've seen Pedro Matos pick off a few better waves. But different strategies. Some people like to keep busy. Some people like to wait for the good ones to come through. Both sides of the tortilla, as we would say in Spain, are risky, and it's going to be interesting to see which side prevails here in the beautiful location of Dakhla down in Morocco. So if you're just joining us, this is the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla 2019. We have started with the men's surfing. We apologize yesterday. We had some technical issues and the stream could not get activated, but we're back and we're getting bigger and better here. We have the men's on the water, round 1, heat number 5, and we have the stream rolling. So great to be back and to be able to transmit this information over to you. I'm Josie Ashton, and it's a pleasure to be able to be talking about these girls and guys. I am on the edge of my seat most of the time. Hopefully conditions will get a lot better as the forecast comes in. I can see sets starting to roll in on the inside, which only means that it's the swells are pushing. Periods a little lower today, but it did seem like we were going to have some more wind, and at the moment seems like the forecast is on cue. Also Luigi Greco, forza Tony Chiliberto from Italy. He has a big following here on the stream, so great to see everybody there with their Italian rider from Brazil. I saw Sandro Pisa, a former rider of the tour, checking it out as well. Obviously wants to make sure his countrymen are doing well, and we hope to see Sandro back on tour soon. Here we have Daniel on the Ozone Kite getting a nice wave. You can see Pedro in the back. They have a couple turns at the back section, then they have to kind of ride the swell in until it jacks up on the sandbanks again. Small turns here for Daniel, needs to stay a little bit closer to the power section. Again, waves are very challenging out there. When it's light, it's hard. You really have to have that kite in the sweet spot. Here we can see Pedro Matos in the back. You see how he's riding the foam ball, so he makes sure that he has power. Not there because obviously if he fell off, but he really does make sure that he's in that power section of the wave. Daniel here riding this one until the very end. Got a couple of decent turns on, so obviously I think that's probably going to improve his best score from before. But once again, speaker and commentary scores are not official until it is on that beautiful live scoring that we have on the live page. Those are the numbers that are the crucial ones. Those are the ones that get used. Top 2 waves count, 15 wave total, 16-minute heat here in the beautiful country of Morocco. GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla, just coming up on 15 seconds left of this heat. So it does seem like winners are going to be Pedro Matos of heat number 5A and Tony Giliberto of heat number 5B. Still a few seconds left. Obviously it does count if they are on the wave as the time as the buzzer goes off. Okay, looks like we had some technical issues with the streaming clock there, so I'm not going to be mentioning time anymore. So what that means so far is very close to the end of this heat, 16 minutes heat. They've been out there for a while. And here we can see Pedro picking off a lump at the back. And that is the end of the heat. Yep, excuse me. Once again, still some technical issues here. So that was the end of that heat. So it looks like until information ends, Pedro Matos and Tony Giliberto going through to the next round. We're going to resolve these technical issues and be back right after a short commercial break. And we're back. There you can see the beautiful location of West Point. That hotel on the corner is where we are fortunate enough to be staying, where we can see everything happening literally from our pillows. So we are now in sequence 2 minutes to the start of the next heat. There it looks like we have the likes of Kiahi de Boitis and a few of the top riders going in the water. Just waiting for an update here. It seems like our scoring system is just a little bit slow, but we will be right back with you. It is going to be heat number 6 on the water, round number 1. As you can see, wave seems to be getting a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and the wind does seem to be increasing. This is what the forecast said. Really good to see the forecast getting it right and giving us the conditions. We know Dakhla is capable of producing once again. So important. This place is becoming a mecca worldwide for kiting. More than 300 days a year. And to be able to have a World Cup here for the 10th year running, it's such a pleasure, and a big shout out to all the sponsors that make this happen. Great to be back, and you do make us feel like we are home. So we can see conditions seem to be improving. I can see waves are getting bigger, wind is increasing, and just trying to get some information in on who is up next. I apologize one more time. Okay, so coming up next, we will have Gianmarco Rivera from the Dominican Republic, Bekjaga from Morocco, Nicola Abdiev from Bulgaria, and Kiahi de Boitis. So, Nicola RRD, we have Kiahi de Boitis on the Cabrina, we have Ad Bataja from Morocco, and we have Gianmarco Rivera from the Dominican Republic riding the duotone. So we're just trying to get the area a little bit cleaner. Obviously, the competition area is further at the back, and we can see the other riders coming in. So just trying to get our cameramen to get sorted on the riders that are coming in there and waiting for a system to be updated here. So, okay, let's just wing it for the moment. There's action on the water. That's all we need. So it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I can see the dreads of Gianmarco Rivera there at the back. That means he is on the green duotone. Then we will have Kiahi de Boitis on the Cabrina. We have Nicola on the RRD. And the other Moroccan rider is also on a duotone kite. So quite an action-packed heat here. So Gianmarcos is up against the local, and then Nicola is up against Kiahi. The winners will go through to round number 3, and then the losers of that heat will battle it out one more time through that round number 2. So coming up, here we have Kiahi de Boitis all the way from Australia. This guy, when it comes to kite surfing, he's probably one of the most known riders out there. And, multiple discipline winner here in Dakhla and a former world champion. When it comes to a surfboard connected to a kite, this guy produces the goods turn after turn. And here we can see there, left-hand side, Nicola RRD. That is Gianmarcos with the green duotone. Action-packed heat here in Dakhla. And of course, the world's best have come down to this event to see what they can do, improve themselves on the beautiful country of Morocco. So there we go. It looks like we're going into sequence, if my stopwatch is correct here. Yep. So this will be Gianmarco Rivera. So he's starting on a wave, going off atop the top, over the foam ball, hitting that first section. So he's going to ride this white water all the way onto the inside until the inside section of the wave will start to jack up again. So good riding from him here. You can see very small conditions. It's hip high out there. But world champion is the person that can produce the goods in any condition. Good riding there from the Dominican, making the most of the foam ball to be able to keep the power and speed connecting one section to another. Good. This is going to be a good score for him. And this is this inside section. Okay, hitting at a critical point. Looks like he let the fins loose a bit. They got a bit caught up at the bottom. Probably going to hit this one more turn. Again. When it's smaller, they can't hit the wave as hard as they want to, because if not, they will be flying off the back. So they have to control themselves to get the scores on the board. Gianmarco Rivera, first wave from him from the Dominican Republic, and it is a score of 3.6. So good way to start a heat. Some numbers on the board. Gianmarco's taking the lead up against Bentajar. Nikola, Red Bull rider from Bulgaria. Very talented surfer. And here we have him wave riding in front of the beautiful Hotel Dakhla West Point. You can see how he is there on the foam ball. He's maximizing the power of the wave and then uses the kite to assist him to do those turns. Didn't look like he got as many as he wanted there. And the man himself, Kiahi de Boites, off the top. 2 solid hits right on that critical section. There you go, where he lets that tail loose and does extend that back leg really like. That's the image. Kite in the foreground, extended back light in the back. Here we go again. Once connecting that bottom turn, smack off the top. Still keeps the speed, keeps the power. Equal speed throughout the whole wave. Really very talented surfer. Very talented waterman. You can see him braking, just waiting for the small wave to jack up a bit, and trying a little 360 spin there, just not quite getting the end of that. But that is going to be a big score for him. So Kiahi de Boites out of Australia, first numbers on the board coming up very shortly. Looks like it's going to be in the 7-point average, if I'm not mistaken. Here we have Gianmarcos again. Little foam climb. Wants to get a bit further in front. Better. That's what we want to see. That's where we want to see him hitting the wave. Critical just as it's going to break. Second turn. Nice extension. Gets back into that foam ball. Important when it's small. Continually good cut back there. Just laying it up. Waiting. He's got to ride this to the inside where the wave will start to jack up again. Braking to make sure that he has the speed that he needs. Off the top. Small wave, but milking it as much as possible. So judges also are going to take that into account, considering very hard conditions out there, to maximize and be able to produce goods on these smaller waves. Obviously are going to get the higher scores. Good timing for that one. Unfortunately, not quite getting caught up at the top and coming off of his board. But that's the local Moroccan. Local knowledge always does help, and you can tell how he really does know this wave. Once again, we have Nikola, the Bulgarian Red Bull rider, riding the inside section on this one, but not quite producing the goods this wave. Might get a couple, one-hit wonders, but he's not going to be getting the high scores on only a couple of turns. Wave selection here is crucial. This is where we can really tell some of the more experienced riders how they do kind of 2 strategies. You have the guys or girls that keep busy and just keep going for it, and then you have the guys and girls that are patient, wait out the back, and pick the good ones. Sometimes can work in your favor, sometimes can work against you. But this is why it is the World Tour. Different strategies. They have to adjust when it comes to the conditions. So great to see the world's best here at the beautiful GKA World Cup in Dakhla in front of the West Point Hotel. Day 7 here of the competition. We had amazing action with the freestyle twin tip back at Dakhla altitude, and now we moved over to the ocean where we can see the surfboards are being taken out and some wave riding is start to appear on our screens. Cabrina rider for under the flag of Australia, Kiahi de Boites, just keeping his kite a little bit too low there, but hey, doesn't need his kite at all to be surfing that way. It's good little cutback. Iron upper section here, going there, you can see him going back to the foam ball. Really goes there to see if he can then go for that let's say more vertical section, but it is knee to waist high out there, so really selection is key, and the wind is also key as well, which it does look like it's picking up slightly, but quite hard at the moment. Scores so far, Kiahi the Boites had a 7.27 for that first long one, then has got an 1.83 for that second wave. Second position we have Nikola Abdavjiev, 7.4 total so far, so giving Kiahi a run for his money, but Kiahi only has to improve that second wave to start putting some decent numbers on the board. Has a 7.27 is his first wave. Then we have Bentajar, 2 solid 4s, so consistency there for him. Gianmarco Rivera, a long 3 and a medium 6. Also, the Dominicans seem to have found his flow on that second wave. 11 minutes 45 still to go. Action here down at Morocco. Hopefully, swell. The forecast is for the swell to start picking up through the afternoon and for the coming days. Great to have the stream back online. We apologize yesterday. Technical issues did not allow us to produce the goods here, so you could see back at home. So a little info on that. We had Kirsty Jones taking the win for the ladies. Local girl, originally from Wales, spends a lot of time here, lives here in Morocco. Really, showing that local knowledge and getting the win over Charlotte Carpentier. Solid riding from the ladies. They are, the way they are pushing the envelope on women's kite surfing. The likes of Muna White, Shadow Langare, Carla Herrera, Kirsty Jones here. Appearance here, and also Charlotte. Great to see them pushing the envelope on the kite surfing, and they're just getting better and better. And great to see how the progression is out there. Looks like, if I'm not mistaken, this is, I can see the dreads. That's going to be Chamaquito, Gianmarco Rivera on a wave. Keeping it busy is what it's about here. Small waves, you just have to get a few turns on them. Hard because it's not very windy out there, but if you stick to the foam ball, maximize the power of the wave combined with the kite, there's a good hit there on that critical point. Stay in with that white water, so then he gets that extra push for the bottom turn. It's probably about turn number 3, but it seems like the wave is dying out there. But going to be a decent score for Gianmarcos. Got a couple of decent turns, keeping it fluid and flowing throughout the whole wave there. So, nice amount of style. Waves are small, so it is very hard to produce the goods, but he definitely kept that together. Link the sections, which is one of the things judges are looking for. It's not, doing one hit, then kind of riding the wave and going and hitting it again. If you're linking sections, if you are doing that hack, going into a cutback, coming back to the foam ball, then going out again, hitting the wave one more time, coming back, really maximizing the use of the wave, you are going to get the top scores. So you can see Gianmarcos there just getting caught up on that turn. Needs to put that kite a little bit further forward so he can get yanked into the wave. Again, minimum conditions out there, very easier said than done. Just waiting for Gianmarcos' scores to drop. Very hard to see. Both the same kite. Both have long hair. I might be mistaken, and I apologize to Bentajar. I am. The rider before was Bentajar. It was not Gianmarcos. So I apologize, but it is quite far out, and I can't really see if both of them are on the same kite. One more time, I apologize to that. Solid ride in there from the Moroccan. At the moment, he's still in second position with an 8.77 total. Gianmarcos taking the lead. He did have a medium 6 for that second wave. Once again, wave selection is key when it does get into those smaller conditions. The guy or the girl that has the bigger size wave and milks it, as we would say, is obviously going to get higher scores because she's taking a risk factor. She's taking, the experience to get, pick off the set, wait for it, be patient, and produce the goods. I can see Gianmarcos Rivera for that wave he had before. Looks like it's going to be in the 4 average. So very consistent, the Dominican. And so far in the lead of this heat. He's going to tow to our 9.93. And improves his second wave with a 4.55. So 10.88 for Gianmarcos Rivera. Then we have a 1.9 there for Bentajar. We can see our scores coming up. They will tell you what the scores of the last waves are. 7.5 minutes left of this heat here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. It definitely does look light out there. Guido and Voyages Kite Spocky from the live stream. I apologize if I'm not saying that correctly. There is probably about 15 knots out there. I can see the guys out on 12-meter kites and let's say the bigger size boards. Volume does count. It is suitable at the moment. Race director Juan Antonio doing constant readings. Also, the jet ski has a wind station on it to make sure that he knows what is coming, not just what is going. Obviously, as we mentioned before, we would love to see the perfect 7-meter conditions and 2-meter barreling waves that we know this location can produce, but at the moment this is what we have, and if it is suitable, it is a World Cup and we have to go for it. The riders agree, and this is a consensus of opinions when we make these decisions, and race director Juan Antonio with years and years of experience and hasn't let us down yet. And I know the beautiful location of Dakhla, Morocco is going to prevail. Wind is going to pick up and it is going to start pumping on the point of West Point here in Dakhla. And there's some motivation from Alves Manuel Cruz. Power to the Cape Verdean boys. Absolutely. The Cape Verdeans, some of the best kite surfers out there. The likes of Ayrton Cosolino, Mito Monteiro, Macho Lopez, Arsenio Diaz, Jos Silva, all of the boys that we see at a lot of the competitions, and they make us feel like at home when we do go to that first leg of the tour in Cape Verde. I know Jo and Giada are working very hard to make that happen again next year, and would be really looking forward to be able to transmitting. I mean, the epic conditions we had last year there in Cape Verde were incredible, and it looks like the waves are starting to pick up. There's a solid wave there from Nicola, milking it, making the most of it. Small turns, but you can't do much more on that type of face. Got a couple of good ones, came all the way onto the inside section, so linking it up again, linking sections, trying to keep it as vertical as possible, maintaining the power and the speed throughout, using the power of the wave and being assisted by the kite, not being substituted, the power to the wave to the power of the kite. Important aspects which the judges look at to be able to give those top scores. So let's have a little recap on scores so far. We have Jean Marcos Rivera in the lead of his heat number 6A, 10.88 over Bentajar. And then we have Nicola with a 7.4 average against Kiahida Boitis is 9.1. Nicola has 3 and a 4.53, so good last wave there for the Bulgarian, and he is up against Kiahida Boitis, who had a 7.27, rode the wave all the way from the back to the shore here, so that's obviously giving him the extra points, and really, he really does make the most and milks every little bit, every little millimeter of the wave, letting the tail loose at the top and really reading the sections. That is why he has the top scores. That is why he's winning this heat. And that is why he's been a multiple event winner here. Once again, Cabrina Kite swooping in here for us. Kiahida Boitis off the top, staying close to that foam ball. So he has the power. Just a little foam climb there coming into the next section. You can see him climb the foam to keep the speed. Wave flattens out a little bit on the midsection there, and letting the tail loose on that one. Very small waves out there, knee to ankle to hip high. Choose your poison. We know it's small, but world's best out there producing the goods. And another good wave for Kiahida Boitis from Australia. You can see a lot of people tuning on to the stream, also getting the stream up when they're in their workplace. Stefan Ambruster with your Goldsmith workshop. Good to see you enjoying the beauties here in Dakhla while you're making some jewelry. So great to have you here on the stream. Hope you enjoy the show. Wind is picking up. Day 7 GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Kiahida Boitis here. That's a better wave. Good selection. Off the top, you can see linking that turn, really hit it at the critical point of that outside section. Now he's going to ride this whitewater all the way to the inside, or not. He's going to decide against that. Obviously, he didn't see the potential that he wanted to see. Okay, on the wave now we have a duotone kite. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like Chamaco. That looks like Jean-Marcos Rivera. There we can see the Kite or More. He has a shop in Tarifa called Kite or More. If you're ever there, need clinics or need some of the duotone gear, that's the place to check out. Jean-Marcos Rivera, one of the best riders out there. Also has been a champion throughout the years, and great to see him performing here in Dakhla. So that last wave from Kiahi. Let me see what score he got for that. He last wave was 2.7, so really keeping it together with that 7.27. The wave from all the way from the back from Kiahi was a 6.13, so he's got a total of 13.4. Jean-Marcos Rivera, total of 10.88 of the first heat. So looks like at the moment Kiahi de Boitis and Jean-Marcos Rivera are in the lead, just coming up on that last minute of this heat. After this, we will be having Rhys Myerscott from Canada, Arab Abiev from Morocco, Kiko Royce, Kiket El Anguilita in this heat as well, and Finoy from Morocco. So two locals against Rhys Myerscott and Kiko Royce. So great to see also some of the strapless. Kiko known for his strapless freestyle riding, getting into the surfing side. I know Mr. Philip is going to be happy. I can see him here on the stream. Improving a lot, came to Mauritius, gave us a surprise. Great to see how the tour is. You know, we are aiming for the most complete rider out there, so it's great to see the strapless freestylers improving their surfing and the surfers improving their freestylers. Because if you want to be a world champion, you've got to be good at everything. And, you know, guys like Ayrton Cosolino, Mito Mortera, perfect examples of that. You throw anything at them and they are going to perform, and that is why they are leading the tour so far. Getting a bit caught up on the inside section there. Duotone rider looking okay. Here we go. A little bit of a shore break. Wave is jacking up a bit, coming off of the top, but it is very small out there and the wind is quite light, so it's very hard to produce a hard smack in these kind of conditions. But if anybody can do it, these guys can. So closing moments here in this heat. Coming up next, as I mentioned, we will have Rhys Myerscott, Ad Abdiat, Kiko Royce, and Fino. Okay, so that heat is over. Great performance from all of them. Going through to the next round, we will have Jean-Marcos Rivera and Kiahi de Boitis. Stay tuned as we will be coming through with heat number 7, but we'll be back after a short commercial break.
Faire gagner le sport.
And we're back with the start of heat number 7A plus B. In the water, Rhys Myerscott for Ocean Rodeo against the local Adiev. Then we have Kiko Roy for Duotone against the local Finoy. Kiko Roig from my local town in Tarifa. Kike de Langilita, going to be shouting a little bit higher for him. And then also, veteran of the tour, Reese Myerscott, really talented surfer coming all the way from Canada, doing the whole tour, very high on the overall ranking here. So great to see him here in Dakhla. But these locals, Adiev and Finot, I've been seeing them out there and they've been ripping. When it comes to local knowledge in these kind of conditions, anything can happen, and that is the beauty of the GKA Kite World Cup. It isn't over until it's over, and the best kite surfers are out there on the water. So, coming up next, heat number 7, A+, please stay tuned as we have just started sequence for this heat. Okay, so once again, we have two judging panels out there. What does that mean? We have two heats at the same time. We have heat number 7A, Reese Myerscott against Abdiel from Morocco. Then we have Kiko Roig from Spain against Hamza Finot. Close heats. I know Hamza himself, very talented wave rider out there. I've seen him out the last couple of days. Local knowledge. He is against Kiket. Kiket, one of our best newcomers to the strapless freestyle, been absolutely killing it throughout the year, but his surfing is starting to get better, so going to be great to see how he performs here on this wave, because if I'm not mistaken, this is backside for him. Going to be interesting to see how the youngster can produce the goods, as the conditions are quite marginal. So, if I am not mistaken, front and center on your screen now, Ocean Rodeo Kite, that is Reese Myerscott, so he's looping the kite around, staying on this little swell, trying to produce some of the goods. But it does look like the wind has dropped off a bit. I can see our race director making sure that conditions are suitable. Sometimes some of the gusts come through and then it comes back again. Once again, we wish it was barreling 6 foot with 7 meter weather. But if these are the conditions we have and the riders can produce the goods that they can on the waves, it's game on and World Cup on. So, this rider on my screen now is... That looks like Kiket. Yeah, that will be Kiko Roig. There you go. I can know that posture from a mile away. So here we have Kiket de Languila, inside section of Dakhla, whooping that duotone kite around. Trying to look for the section. Doesn't quite get it there. Once again, wave selection is key. Is he going to turn around on this one? Looks like he's trying. Okay, so he grabs that little wave on the beginning. Okay, Reese had a 0.5 for that in and out. Kiket here, pumping the board up and down, trying to make the most of this little ripple. Is he going to produce a turn? It does look light out there, waiting for the wave to get it. Bottom turn, nice little hack off the top, keeping it easy, giving as much as possible for the small waves out there again. Caught up a little bit on the top of that one. Okay, a couple of turns, getting a score on the board. About as good as it can get for that wave. So intelligent riding here from the Spaniard. Great to see my local boy here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. I know Chuso and the boys back at home are going to be cheering for him. So Kiko Roig, 1.77 for that wave. He's going to have to step up his game if he wants to get through rounds here at the World Cup. But conditions are marginal and I'm sure he can. Good. Let's see if a couple of the locals start grabbing some of the waves, because they really do know this break well and maximize every little newton of power that the wave can produce. So, this is Finot. If I am not mistaken, this is Finot. I apologize. I'm trying to get info in from the beach, but they're having a bit of a communication issue there. See if we can find out who this guy is, but I'm pretty sure this is Hamza Finot. So, breaking to get the power section of the wave. He's going to jack around, try and get a first bottom turn. He wants to go in that white water. Not quite sure what he's looking for there. Maybe he's gone against that one. So he's going to try and get the inside section. So there you can see him on the foam ball, or ripple if you want to call that. I was going to try on the inside section to get a couple of turns. If this is Finot, this is the guy who is up against Kiko Royd. We saw the wave from Kiko before, definitely was better, got a couple of turns. He has just decided against that, turned out, and is going to go back to the outside section to try and pick off yet another wave. 12 minutes 10 seconds, that was Finot. So 2019 Blue Duotone is Finot, and then I can see the F1 rider just getting a wave right now. That's Abdiev. So 2 local Moroccans saw the one for the first one. Let's see what this guy has for us here. F1 red and blue produced in Dakhla. See what he has for us here. Deciding against that ride is obviously you can go in and out of wave. It's when you connect that first bottom turn and show intent, as we would say on the judging tower. That's when you would get scored. Total 15 waves maximum the guys and girls can take. The top 2 waves count. So far we have Reese Myerscott with a 3.07 total and Kite with a 1.77. Those are the leaders of heat number 7A and 7B so far here in the beautiful country of Morocco for the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Reese Myerscott, Ocean Rodeo rider, looks like he's picking off a little bit of a bump out the back. Swooping the Ocean Rodeo around first turn, bottom turn. Little cut back off the top of that wave, straight into a second turn. So that is going to be a good score because he's linking moves there. Keeping the power throughout the kite, maximizing what this little ripple can give to him. So that's 3 good turns linked together, going all the way back. You can see how he goes back to the foam ball and really hits the wave right on that critical section. So that's where it's more vertical. Unfortunately, dropping his kite there on that last turn, but still, couple of nice turns there for the Canadian. Going to put another score on his board and probably going to improve over that last wave. Here we have Kiko Roy's Kite also deciding to go on this section. Coming in a little bit later and he's going to have to brake to be able to get the power of the wave. Okay, on the foam ball, getting a little bit more speed. Now he's going to engage for that first bottom turn. So 4.57 for that wave from Reese. He did have 3 nice turns, connecting sections. That was good from him. We can see him going on the inside again, whooping that really nice bottom turn. Like how he keeps his center of gravity low. And wave for wave, turn for turn here in Dakhla. Kiko also maximizing the little ripple on the inside. Staying on the foam ball. Good intelligent riding here from the Spaniard. Trying to do as much as possible as he can here. Bottom turn. Off the top. I just got the timing wrong on that one. And the wave crashed out on top of him. Still, that's going to be another score for Kiko. So he's going to have a 2-wave total. And then Reese there. Solid 4.57. And then that last wave with 2.57. So equaling actually his second score. So Reese Myerscott 7.14 total. Kiko Royd with a 1.77. Probably going to go into the 4s with that last wave. Looks like it's going to be a 1.5-ish as he got maybe 1 turn on it. And then we see the local here. That would be Abdiev on the inside. Like the turn there, just didn't quite get the board underneath him. So 1.63 for that wave from Kiko Roy. 3.4. So Hamza Finot has 1 wave. He seems like he's waiting out the back. Again, 2 strategies. You can keep it busy or be patient and get the oceans, feel the ocean's energy, read it, that 6th sense, as they would say. Wait for the set to come through. Wait for that bomb from the back to peel around the point here at the beautiful location of West Point and take the win in the heat. Different strategies, different riders. The world's best out here on the water now and here on the stream. Can't wait to see more action and get through to the further rounds here at the location of Dakhla of the GKA Kite World Cup. And I can see Sandro Piso Coming in on the stream, Sandro Piso, Maestro. We want to see you back here at some of the competitions. We need to get you back on tour. Sandro Piso, former member here and regular on tour. Haven't seen him much this year, so can't wait to see him getting back and ripping it here on the water. Rider from Italy for duotone, always a champion on and off the water. So welcome to the stream, Sandro. Bienvenido. And then also a big shout out to the guys and girls from Jody Coquara also coming here. Great to see everybody watching this and seeing what is happening in the World Tour. We can see some action here on the water. Light conditions. Nice wave here for Kite. Sticking it to Kate. Staying close to that foam ball. Swoop that kite around. He's going to want to engage with that first bottom turn. Good timing there for Kite. Hitting the wave right in the right spot. Going back to that foam ball. Keeping the speed up. Wants to link yet another turn. Little bit of a foam ride there. Comes across. Wants to get a little bit more speed. He needs to power that kite through. We saw how Kiahi really does keep the kite in movement so he doesn't lose any speed. Still 3-4 turns here for Kite, the local boy from Tarifa, riding for duotone, looping it around. That's going to be a decent score for him. And then here we have Avdiev. Really nice bottom turn. Unfortunately, letting the tail loose there at the top. I love that photo. Kite in the foreground. Extension of that back foot where they really are letting those fins loose. But you got to land it if you want to take it home. And unfortunately there, just get those fins caught up and couldn't quite keep that one together. Okay, so Kite looks like a decent one. Don't think it's going to be as good as his second or first wave, but still keeping it busy. At the moment, he is in the lead in this heat. He has 3.4, but Finot has upped his game with that last wave with a 2.4. So Kiko has total, and he has higher total in score, but Finot has higher general. So very close, but Kite that with a 1.65 for that last wave. Here we have Reese Myerscough. First turn. Throwing that kite around. Second. You can see how he always has speed throughout the wave. This is what the judges are looking for. They're looking for the fluidity, joining sections and keeping the power and the speed throughout every single turn. Setting the pace and setting them apart here in this heat. Really good wave reading here from the Canadian. He's beauty off the top. They almost had the same issue there. Getting that kite in the water. Little foam climb, cut back towards the foam ball again, off the top, hitting that critical section. Judges are going to be very happy. This is definitely going to be his best wave so far. Linking again, and here we have the other inside. Nice extension there on that back foot, letting that tail loose. Great riding for both of them, and Reese Myerscough continuing. This is a hell of a ride, super long, joining it together, letting the tail loose there, coming around. Big whack off of the top. Great ride there for the Canadian. He's going to be happy with that. That is going to be a big score for him here in Dakhla. We can see there we have Avdiev also. Turn for turn down in the desert. Unfortunately not quite getting the power that we saw from Reese. 8.07. Very well deserved. Great surfing there from the Canadian. He's going to be totaling out at around a 16.20 something so far. So really good surfing from the Canadian. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 waves so far. Let's not forget 15 wave total. Top 2 waves count in an 8.07 for that last ride. Reese Myerscough definitely means business here in Dakhla. And we can just saw Hamza Finot overtaking the Spaniard on that last wave, had a 3.07. So Kite is going to have to up his game. He still has just under 3.5 minutes left in this heat. Needs to I think he would need to be patient. It's about 3 to 4 minutes in between set. That last one. Looping the kite round. Okay, off the top. Unfortunately getting caught up. Didn't quite have the power he wanted there. I presume the judges are going to count that as an attempt. Needs to keep his cool, Kite here. He is very close to the other guy. He would need, I think, a 4 something to be able to take the lead. You can see Finot here. Riding this one until the inside. Deciding against it. That's a beautiful image there. We have Abdiel and we have Reese Meyer-Scott, man against man, out in the water. Reese Meyer-Scott getting an 8.07. That's going to be, I think, not mistaken, that's the highest score of the competition so far, and a 6.13. Reese really linking up the sections, going vertical, keeping speed throughout every single move, and really reading the wave well. That's why he's got that score. Engaging the first bottom turn, looks like he's decided to take this one. Looks like he's opening up all the way onto the inside. But no, went off the back of that. 1 minute 50 left in heat number 7 here at the GKA World Cup in Dakhla. So definitely heat number 7A a lot busier than heat number 7B. We can see Reese Meyer-Scott and Abdiev. Good last score there from Abdiev, 4.9. He's going to be happy with that one, but he is against Reese Meyer-Scott, who has done an 8 and a 6. So has to step up his game if he wants to get through to the next round. Here we have 1 minute 20 left. Let's not forget a single elimination of the GKA World Cup here in Dakhla. What that means is riders will have another chance in the double elimination to come back. So it is not over until the fat lady sings. They will still have another chance to come back. But at the moment, it looks like, unless anything changes, it's the last minute. I can see some energy out the back there. Maybe that will be a last set. Reese Meyer-Scott and Hamza Finot are going to be going through to the next round. Coming up in the next heat, we will have the current world champion Ayrton Cosolino against the local Bicchiali, and Jonah Donat against Pablo Amores. So coming up next, Ayrton Cosolino will be in the water. So far, closing seconds, 30 seconds left of this heat. I can hear a shout out from Reese Meyer-Scott's uncle. Happy with his performance. I'm not surprised. That was a very nice wave. Good surfing on the inside here. F1 rider. Really like the top turn this guy has. Really lets that tail loose. Similar to what we see from Kiahi. Unfortunately getting caught up on that one. Reese dropping the kite in the back. So very close between these two. Here we have Kiket inside section. Milk it until the end, Kiket. You are very close to your other rider. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the selection there was as good as necessary. This will count because he was on the bump before the buzzer went off. You can see the guys milking it to the inside. Unfortunately, going off the back there. And Kiket, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he's still on a wave. Or a ripple, whatever you want to call it. It's quite small out there. You really have to pick the good ones. So that is the end of the heat. So just waiting for a couple of scores to drop. But it does look like Reese Meyer-Scott has taken the win of 7A. And Hamza Finot also for 7B. So congratulations to them. We will be right back. Ayrton Cosolino, Airline Cosolino, coming on the water after this short commercial break. Okay, so we're back. If you're just tuning in, this is the GKA World Cup in Dakhla. We are with the waves. We've gone from freestyle. We've had some of the best freestyle action in history here in Dakhla for the first days of this event. We've now come over to the ocean side to get a little bit of the salt water of the beautiful location in front of West Point. This man front and center on the screen, Reese Myerscott, just took the win of his heat with a 14.2. And then we had Hansa Fino, the local knowledge definitely did pull off for him. He caught a very good set at the end there, giving him the win over Kiko Roy. These guys that have been kicked out still have a chance in the double elimination. But in the water at the moment, we will have the current world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. So Ayrton will be up against the local Berkiau. Then we have Donat from Germany against Pablo Amores from Spain. So action-packed heat coming up now. And if I am not mistaken, 0 seconds, that means we're going to be going on the water. So info in, it looks like Ali is on a red duotone kite, so he is going to be going up against Ayrton Cosolino, and then we have the other riders, Donat in Germany, Pablo Amores is coming from Spain, slingshot rider, he's going to be going up against the German Donat. So action pack coming on here. You can see the timer just going off, very close to going into sequence. Excited to see the current world champion out there on the water. Conditions are a little bit light at the moment. We've seen the waves seem to be improving. Winds sticking to the same intensity at the moment, just about 15 knots. I know race director Juan Antonio very conscious about conditions, making sure that everything is there. And here we see the man himself, Ayrton Cosolino, taking the first wave of this heat. Going back to that foam ball. Unfortunately, just missing the turn there. I apologize. It is quite hard to see who is who. They are all the way up on the point. We have two different competition areas here. We have an inside section, which is where I'm sat down, which is when the waves are come a little bit further in on the tide. We position ourselves out here in the front. But I know that kite on the inside, that is Pablo Amores. And as soon as we see a huge whack, that is going to be Ayrton Cosolino. I can see the guy who's up against Ayrton there on that red duotone flying around the sky. But front and center on your screen, we have Pablo Amores from Spain, local boy also from Tarifa. His riding has improved hugely throughout the year. He's been spending quite a time in Mauritius, spent quite a time also in Indonesia, and it really has paid off. You can really see it. Very nice surfing style. This is front side for him, so he's going to be happy to be able to hit that wave front foot forward. So on the wave at the moment, we have Belcali. So red duotone kite. This is the local Belcali who is up against our current world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. Okay, I know that pumping section right there. So there we have green duotone, Ayrton Cosolino, and in front, Bercali. So this is the heat on the water right now. These two are going up against each other. Ayrton getting the first turn, Bercali also on the foam ball. Off the top there for the world champion, riding that white water onto the inside, trying to maximize the power of the wave. Here we have Pablo Amores, also action-packed heat. Bottom turn, off the top. Coming down again, throw that kite forward. We can see duotone rider, big red ball with wings. Inside section, current world champion. Beautiful turn there. Really see how he hacks that board around, digs the handing almost as if it was a handbrake, putting himself back to the whiteboard to continue through the wave. So that's going to be a solid score for Mr. Cosolino. I'm seeing some high sixes on the scoreboards, but Bercali also, his wave, it looks like it's going to be around the 3.5 for Bercali, and I reckon it's going to be around 6.5 for Ayrton Cosolino. So wave for wave here, both of them. Great image there where we can see both of them turning at the same time. Action action-packed down here at the desert in front of the West Point Hotel. GKA Kite World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco. Pablo Amores also for that wave. He had out the back at 2.93, taking him into the lead. So far, we're just waiting for Donat from Germany, also riding for Slingshot, to get a wave out there. There we can see Berkali going on the way out. We can see him there with a red duotone. Looks like a set is coming through. Oh! And looks like a little bit of an issue there with a Slingshot Kite. Not sure if that is Pablo or if that is Berkali. Sorry, Berkali, or if that is Donat. Try and get some information in for you there. They are all the way out on the point. It is quite hard for me to see from all the way from down here, but I love this image where we can see them hitting the wave and the kite in the foreground. Doesn't get much better than this. There you can see the beautiful West Point Hotel there. It's just going to be kiting past it with those bungalows. That first one is the bungalow I'm sleeping in. I can throw my pillow out the window and hit my friends when they're surfing and making too much noise in the morning. So yeah, great location to be able to just be having fun out here in Dakhla. And such a complete location, you know, West Point Hotel. Great food, waves in the morning for surfing. Wind starts picking up, then you can grab your kiting gear. If there's no wind, you can just have fun. You know, the Casawa, they've got all different multiple activities. And this is why Dakhla is such a complete location and becoming a mecca of kiteboarding worldwide. Ayrton Cosolino there just hanging out on the outside. Looks like wind is a little bit trickier in the opening moments of this heat, Leroy. He has a 6.6 on the board up against Berkali's 3.5. I've seen Ayrton go out in Punta Preta with pretty much no wind, and him and Mito are the only guys who can ride it when it's like that. They stay close to the inside reef, use the bounce back of the waves to stay upwind, to then just get on there and produce the goods, and this is why they are champions in this sport. Cape Verdean's very, very powerful here. Ayrton Cosolino hacks off the top, goes back to that inside foam to get some more power. He's going to loop that kite around again, engages that bottom turn. Slide in the tail, really like that image there. Hotel in the background, kite in the foreground. Off the top of the section there of the wave, almost again a little bit of a floater. Very powerful riding from the Cape Verdean. Linking maneuvers together and keeping the variety up. Obviously going to be a good score for him, and that's going to be his second wave, which we're totaling him out. So that's around the 5-point average, if I'm not mistaken. And he is up against Berkali with the red duotone. Ayrton looks like he's going to be maximizing these inside sections. Quite intelligent at the moment, because it does seem that's where the waves are starting to break. So a 5.97 for that second wave from Ayrton, putting him in the lead so far in this heat. I can see Jadis del Olmo, also regular to the tour last year. Jadis, ¿cómo estás? Great to see you joining the stream. We're looking forward to seeing you join soon over here in the GKA Kite World Tour. Jadis del Olmo, very talented strapless freestyler. Saw him doing a very good result last year in Ceará, and it'll be great to see you back on tour, my friend. And Mr. Joe Silva himself also on the stream, organizer of that Cape Verdean event. Joe, we want to be back in Cape Verde and see those beautiful conditions. I hope you've been doing your wind dance and wind praise that you did last year. One of the best events in history with perfect Punta Preta. Best right-hander in kiting that it does exist, and can't wait to get back there next season and have a season opener like we did this year. That was an event to go down in the history books, and yeah, we could not wait to be back there. Joe, hope you're enjoying the boys out there. Ayrton so far getting a good wave, and I know Mito and the boys are going to be producing the goods here in Dakhla. Can you do a little bit of wind praying that you did for Cape Verde as well, as at the moment quite light out here. Pablo Amores also trying to grab that ripple, but having a hard time. He is one of the heavier riders, and suffers a bit in these light conditions. Can see some movement from Juan Antonio here, our race director. not quite windy at the moment. Looks like we're having a bit of a lull. He's making sure he has the jet ski out the back going around, making sure that the wind is sufficient. And that looks like Donat there on the slingshot kite. And yep, good call here from our team. That heat is cancelled due to conditions. So you can see they hang around a little bit to make sure that it just wasn't a lull through the gust. Marginal conditions out there, but they decided that they cannot perform at the moment. So we are on standby due to wind conditions at this heat. So stay tuned because action will be coming through. I think I can just see a few more clouds. So hopefully those clouds will burn off and we'll have more action down in the desert here at the GKA World Cup in Dakhla. Currently on the water, we have Ayrton Cosolino. And as soon as the wind starts flickering through, we will have the world champion killing it here in Dakhla, but he has his work cut out here with one of the locals also giving him a run for his money. So stay tuned as we'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Yeah, man, I'm a natural. Okay, ain't so bad.
Ein Sultan, Génération Nature.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
And we're back. GKA Kite World Cup here in Dakhla. The surfers are in the water, and it looks like the wind has come back. So a little lull there. So Ayrton Cosolino, Beccali, Donat, and Pablo Amores. These are the guys that are out there at the moment. Just looking at the stream, I can see Raza. Raza, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying the stream here in Dakhla. Evelyn, also great to see you having a look. Señorito Tony, espero que estés disfrutando. He was saying that it looked like Mallorca because we didn't have a lot of wind. But no, it's Morocco and it's starting to get more windy, señor. So, Tony Action, te quiero ver en un evento de estos. Great to be here on the stream. Let's get this show on a roll. In the water at the moment, we have current world champion Ayrton Cosolino. He is up against local boy Beccali. Then we have Jonas Donat from Germany against Pablo Amores. So an action-packed heat out there. Just over 1 minute to the start of this. I want to take this opportunity to thank once again Driss, Laila and Mulai for making this event happen. We couldn't do it without you guys. Dakhla, Attitude, West Point, Pegavan, Sang, the hotel group, all of the places that allow this to happen. Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Sports and Youth, MDGP, Bavaria, Starbucks, Red Bull, Hit Radio, everybody that's, done all that they could to, yet again, this is the 10th edition of the World Cup we've had here in Dakhla. Wind's a little bit tricky on the ocean side. We've moved over to the kite surfing discipline. We're in the lagoon in front of the beautiful hotel Dakhla Attitude for the beginning of the week where we had amazing conditions for the freestyle. Hopefully it can equal it out here with good conditions here in front of that West Point Hotel. So once again, this is round number 1, GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Heat number 8, Ayrton Cosolino, Beccali, Jonas Donat, Pablo Amores. They're going to be starting in 3, 2, 1. Heat is on. So bring on the waves, turn up the fans. Let's get them action on the water. So we have Ayrton Cosolino there with the green duotone kite with that Red Bull logo in the middle, starting off, picking off a little section just to get this heat on a roll. Very small wave there. Let's start talking a little bit about light wind wave riding. One of the things you really have to take into the account is foot position. Being able to keep your feet light, you can see Ayrton there, perfect example. Keeps the board quite flat to equal, so he has speed throughout the wave. And then when he gets to the top, really does front foot heavy. So that means he can let the tail loose and keep the power throughout the turn. The more you, let's say, pressure on the back, the more drive you have, but it does slow you down a little bit because it's as if you were pushing on the brake. So when you are riding waves in lighter conditions, sometimes it's better not to go as powerful to keep that front foot heavy so that the board is flatter. You kind of center of gravity over the volume part of the board. Also, when it's lighter, you want to be taking out boards with a bit more volume. Some of the traditional boards we've seen, a lot of the guys riding the wider noseless boards here because the waves are small, they are flatter, a little bit chunkier, and do perform better in the smaller waves. Really impressive to see the riders, this is cross offshore conditions, and how when they hit the wave at the top, they don't drop off the back. That is so technically difficult. How do they achieve this? What I was saying before about that front foot pressure allows them to keep speed throughout the turn. And then when they hit the top, the kite really does swoop down. So it swoops into the power zone. So the kite is pulling them in the direction of the wave, allowing them to stay in that power section. Good ride in there in the back from, just getting my info in here. Good ride in there. You go, Beccali. He is up against Ayrton Cosolino. And here we have Donat. Bottom turn. He's already got a couple of solid turns there. Turned a little bit early on the face, but once again, light wind conditions, sometimes it's better to turn mid-face so the wave will actually help you whip you back into the power section. But the guys who do go off the top utilize that kite power. You can see Ayrton there. Let's see if he gives us a perfect example. off the top. See how close and how low that kite is. He pulls it down as soon as he does that top turn, so it allows the kite to bring him and continue him in the wave and can get that top release off of the wave. So obviously, you know, Ayrton, multiple world champion, current tour leader here at the moment, and has it almost signed, sealed and delivered. So great to see him in the water, already getting 2 4s on the board. But Berkali has a 5.3. So at the moment, the best wave of the heat, local Moroccan, red duotone. We have Berkali giving the world champion a run for his money. Great to see the action down here in Dakhla. It looks like we have Berkali on wave ripple or stone throw here in the front. Wave selection is very crucial. When it's so small like this, it looks like the period's a little bit slower. What we were mentioning, sorry to interrupt, what we were mentioning about throwing that kite down so he can stay on the lip, really, you can really see this guy is a local here. Every single time Ali, as soon as he hits that top turn, the kite drops down, allowing him to stay on the wave. Look how small and look how flat that is. Front foot pressure, keeping the board flat, keeping the flow throughout the wave. Pretty much out of nothing, got 4 good turns on that. This is why, at the moment, he is in the lead of that heat. In the back here, we also have, let me see if I can get my binoculars out. So there we have Berkali Ali once again. One of the best Moroccan surfers out there. Oh, nice little foam ride. Really going back. Ayrton Cosolino also off the top as well. Solid bottom turns. Keeping the speed throughout each turn, joining the section. That turn, although that turn was a little copy-paste, so he's doing the same turn 3 times. Judges are going to want to see it, mixing it up. So nice little foam ride there off the top, keeping the power. Engaging that second bottom turn. Again, utilizing the foam to stick in that section. Bit of a hack at the end there. Multiple turns here for the current world champion. All the way to the inside. Good ride. Good maneuvers. Nice variety. A little tail whip there at the end. Spraying the beautiful waters here in Dakhla. So that's going to be a good score for Ayrton Cosolino. But only 9.1 total for the first, and then an 8.2 total for Ali. So very close at the moment, but if I'm not mistaken, that score from Ayrton Cosolino for that wave, I'm going to say, is going to be in the 8-point average. And I was right, 8.4 there for Ayrton Cosolino. That is a very, very good score, considering the hard conditions are out there. Here we have Donat. Hitting the wave, like I was mentioning before, he does go mid-face, which is intelligent when it's so small because you don't risk going off the back, but judges are going to want to see a little bit more risk and commitment. Again, wave selection is crucial. Keeping himself busy, which, as we've been mentioning throughout the stream, there are different tactics. You can either go for the set waves, get the bigger ones, risk it because you know that set might not come, that energy might not appear, or you can just keep yourself busy on the inside sections, rack up some points. 15 wave total, top 2 waves count. 2 different strategies. Some we've seen the Brazilians like to stay a little bit more busy, but then we see Ayrton here. Every time he's picked off a wave, it's been a good one. Kiahida Boises. Mito Monteiro for myself is the most patient guy. We've seen him. He just chills out the back, makes sure, always picks off the bigger sets, but then it's the years of experience he has, and that is why he has won this event before, and I know he's hungry and wants to do it again. So going to be interesting to see him come back on the water tomorrow. Trying to look out to see if Pablo Amores grabs a wave, if I am not mistaken. Okay, Ayrton Cosolino on the wave, coming down, off the top, really letting those fins loose, engaging right back into a second turn. Nice cut back there. There's that variety we were talking about. Utilizing every section of the wave. First there we've seen of the competition, just a kind of like we saw Josh Angulo doing back in the days of windsurfing in Cape Verde. Just grabbing the edge of the board. Opens out a bit so he can get the speed and get that big hack off the top, letting the tail loose, spinning it out a bit there. Unfortunately, just getting the fins caught up on that inside section. But yeah, more variety in that wave from Ayrton. Won't be as big of a score, I would presume, but definitely mixing it up a little bit more, which is what the judges want to see. They want to see the verticality. They want to see the moves. They want to see the linkage. They want to see the fluidness. They want to see the surfing. And that is what are going to give you those top scores. Looks like it's going to be around the 6-point average there for that wave from Ayrton. So definitely getting his mojo together, clicking and linking those tricks and getting those higher scores here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Here we have Ali on a very nice backside bomb. Really like how this guy does a cutback, similar to what James Carew does. Really opens the shoulders, lays back, completely engages that back rail to go all the way back to the foam. Flattens out a bit on the middle section here, and then if they keep riding it down, as soon as it hits that inside sandbank, it kind of jacks up again. Very hard to read, so once again, we've been saying it throughout the day, and I'll be saying it throughout the whole competition. Wave selection is key. Ali deciding against that one. Didn't quite roll around the point as he wanted it, but he is still doing very well. An 8.63 total. He has a decent 5 and a decent 4. A decent 5 and a decent 3. So has a good score there with that 5.3. If he wants to take out the current world champion, he's going to have to step up his game, but keeping himself busy. Really good riding here from the local Moroccan, and great to see him yet again at another event in Dakhla. Last year, he was very good and complete rider. Nice strapless freestyle, nice surfing, and on and off the water, a champion. So local power here in Dakhla. A lot of talent, Dries and Lila, they have the Association of the Lagoon. They do a lot of work with the Federation. A big thank you to Aziz for all the help he does, liaison in between it, organizing some of those national championships so we can, promote the Moroccan riders. Like I was saying, there are so much talent here, and, sometimes they just need some help to be able to be shown, and they can definitely prove in a point here at their local break. Hopefully the sun will go out. We go from summer to winter here. In between clouds, you can see it's a little bit darker now as the clouds go back, but clouds sometimes do mean wind. So if I have to choose sun over wind, I have wind any day, please. You can see Donat a little bit on the shoulder of that wave, wants to be closer to the white water, but it's not quite forming as he probably expected. Although there's that inside section again. Bottom turn, turns off the top, back to the white water. Wants to going a little bit further out. Judges will penalize him for that because he isn't staying on the power of the wave. He is utilizing the power of his kite. But light wind conditions, you have to do everything possible. Looping it around. No, decided against that one. Still, Jonas is keeping himself busy. Pablo Amor is still yet to grab a second wave. He has a better first wave of 2.63. He's going to have to increase that if he wants to get through this round. We can see Ali staying very busy and picking off the good ones. Local knowledge, you can really see he knows this break. Works out at Club Iron down at Les Sargues. Very used to good wave conditions and mixing it up here on the shorter, little smaller waves we have here in West Point. Again, I like the style. Always goes back. There's that open shoulder. Really opens the body. Beautiful surfing. Kind of reminds me of Mick Fanning, how he opens those powerful turns. Stays close to the foam ball. Hits the rive right in the right place. Let's not forget, these are very small waves. He is hitting it in the crucial section. And unfortunately, they're getting caught up on the lip and dropping his kite. But still, utilizing as much as possible what the conditions are allowing you to do that out there and showing that he is a very complete rider. And that was a 3.23 there from Ali. Ayrton Cosinino just mingling out the back. Looks like there's a little bit of energy out there. You can see some ripples. Tide's still going out, so the sandbanks are a little bit further out the water, so there are some sections, but there isn't the push that we did have. Unfortunately, this morning there was a bit bigger, but the wind was not there. So there you go, a 3.7 for that last wave from Ali. He at the moment has 5 wave total, keeping himself busy, linking turns together. he's a 9-point average. He has had a hard draw going up against Ayrton Cosolino for his first round. But let's not forget the format here at the GK Kite World Cup in Dakhla is double elimination. So every rider has a second chance. We would do the single, go through all the rounds, claim the provisional champion, and then hope for wind and waves throughout the rest of the week. We are here until the 13th of October at this beautiful location in front of the West Point Hotel, where we know the Moroccan winds, the desert winds down here keeping us warm, will provide, giving us amazing waves and great conditions for yet another event of the GK World Tour. A lot of support on the stream for the Cape Verdeans, one of the forces to be reckoned with when it comes to kite surfing. These guys, Mito Montero, probably one of the godfathers of the strapless movement, event winner here, and just such a complete rider. A nice hack off the top there from Donat. And a good one coming back to the foam ball, coming down the way. Come on, power up, do another bottom turn, link it. You can see him looping that kite, getting in the power. Fortunately, getting caught up on that mixed section. The wave is very flat, so like we've been mentioning before, you really have to be front foot heavy to keep the board as flat as possible so you can maintain the speed and only pressure the back foot at the perfect, precise moment to be able to get those turns. Easier said than done when it's only about waist high, but these guys are the best of the best out there, and this is why it is a GK World Tour here in the beautiful location of Dakhla. Ali, once again on another wave. Look at the difference. He really stays in front of the white water. Even though that wave is probably, I could produce something bigger if I threw a stone out on the water, he still is able to link turns, get the sections, really milking everything. And there, once again, that beautiful open-handed turn that he does. There he goes, breaking, staying with the power of the wave. Obviously a very good surfer. This is that inside. He can get a decent hack off. Nice bottom turn, really on the critical section. He does it again, links it through. One more time. 3 good turns here for the Moroccan, and off the top. Oh, this wave actually has opened up more than expected. Small turns, but still maximizing what he can produce there of that small wave. So great riding from Ali from Morocco. And there I can see Pablo Amores, slingshot kite going up and down. Does that mean he is on? No, unfortunately, he's not on that wave. Wind seems to be a little bit fluky out there. There are different sections that are a bit gustier than others, obviously, as it is suitable at the moment. Race director Juan Antonio, very, very on top of the wind conditions here. He has a few stations. I can see the flags, the beautiful flags of MGGS, one of our sponsors and Dakhla authorities out here in the front. They seem to be blowing a little bit more, so I think there might be some wind coming through. I can see the skies opening up a bit. So hopefully, beautiful sunshine will come out. The beach will start filling up. The waves will start pumping, and this event will go down in the history as one of the best events here on the GK Kite World Tour. But at the moment, Ayrton Cosolino, the current tour leader, in the lead with 15.1, and then Jonas Donat leading over the Spaniard Pablo Amores with a 6.17 total. Ali definitely knows this break really well. He does pick them off. They look small, but then in the end, those are the ones that roll through, and he has it hard. He is up against Ayrton, but he has the consistency here, so really nice hack off the top. You can see how he, pressures that back foot just there. Open hack on the face of the wave, going back to the pose zone, going back to that foam ball. Engaging in yet another bottom turn. He's going to edge off. You can see him change into that front edge, and here he is, the man himself, current world champion. Nice little wall climb there, for climbing the foam ball and ending up in the critical section of the wave. Chilling out, waiting again. Maybe a little air off of this one, knowing Ayrton. It is very light up there, but here we have a section, looks like it's opening up for the Cape Verdean. Boom! Throws that water into the other edge of the desert. Foam climb. Just making sure he keeps power throughout that turn. Is he going to be able to get the last one? No, but yeah, that was a solid hack there from Ayrton Cosolino. Looks like that is going to be a very big very good score for the Cape Verdean. I'm seeing some 8s being dropped. 7.37 for that wave from Ayrton Cosolino. Just waiting for that to be validated. Once again, speaker scores are not official. Only the judges are the ones that give them. Big hack there from Ali. Talk about hitting it literally as the wave was breaking. Really nice turn there. He's been waiting for that one. That's going to be a good wave for him. Unfortunately, it didn't open up on the inside, so a little bit of a one-hit wonder there for him. Ali, yeah, 2.65. I mean, considering it was a one hit, that is a big hit. That's why he got that score, but wave didn't quite open up. And that last wave from Ayrton Cosolino, in fact, was the 7.37. So, Ayrton Cosolino, 15.77 total. And then we have Ali Berkay with a 9.07. Then we have Jonas Donat on the wave now. Jonas Donat 6.17 and Pablo Amores with 3.23. Close heats here, and Ali just keeping himself busy. He's picking them off. He's going to have to be careful not to total himself out. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 waves so far. He only has 6 left. He's going to want to maybe wait for the bigger ones because he's going to have to. But look out. Whoa! Letting the fins loose at the top. Getting covered up there a little bit on that inside section. See if he can produce a couple more turns. He's milking this wave as much as possible. Extending the back leg there. Little hack off the top, really got the re-entry going a little bit more vertical than before. Good wave there for him. Still not going to be, not competition there for the 8.4 from Ayrton. I think he's going to want to maybe, now he has, if he wants to get through this heat, he's going to have to hope and go out the back and wait for the sex to come through and then try and produce exactly the same surfing he has been doing on a bit of a bigger wave. Yeah, really good here from the local Moroccan. Just unfortunate draw going up first against the world champion, Ayrton Cosolino. This man front and center on your screen. Ayrton, patience. Eyeing up his prey, and his prey is that lip. Smack off the top. Engaging in a second bottom turn. One more time. Extending that leg. Air back roll. Trying to mix it up there. Air back roll there from Ayrton Cosolino. Okay, if I am not mistaken, info in, we are coming to the closing moments of that heat. At the moment, Ayrton Cosolino in first position, 15.77, over 9.63. Solid performance there from Alice, and congratulations to him. Jonas Donat still 6.17. Pablo Amores a 3.23. Hasn't really been able to produce the goods in this rerun of the heat. Hasn't able to get another wave, unfortunately, there for the Spaniard. Closing moments here. Here we can see one of the guys just coming in as it is the final seconds of this heat has decided to come back into the shore. That's a nice image there. Good little bit of flow. Having fun with that whitewater. You can see there's a couple of rocks on the inside now. As the tide goes out, there's that little section on the inside that you can hit. You just got to be careful not to land on top of the wave. So yeah, that is it for that heat. So look like Ayrton Cosolino and Jonas Donat went through, just waiting for official scores to go in. But we will be back. We're going to do the rerun of the heat in between Kiko and Finot because it looked like there was interference. So Kiko Reut and Hansa Finot coming up next right after these commercial breaks. Say what? Any food? Comida, me quieres decir? Look at my image on the multi-screen.
gagner le sport.
And we're back. So it looks like we do have the rerun of the heat. So we will have heat number 8, A plus B. Then we go back to, so now, excuse me. So we have heat number 7B on the water in between Kiko Roy and Hansa Fino. It looks like there was an interference in there. So there's a rerun. Quiquet Elangilita back on the water, but he has his work cut out for him if he wants to get past the Moroccan Fino. Very good surfer. Conditions are hard. So another chance here. And it looks like the Spaniard has taken a first wave, just waiting for those scores to be dropped. Then also we will continue on back in heat sequence with heat number 9 A plus B all the way through to 12 A plus B. So we will go back into the normal sequence. Quiquet here on yet another wave, already has a score up. 2.13 for his first wave, keeping himself busy. Vamos, señorito. Bottom turn. Good off the top. Still mid-face. Wants to get a little bit more power. Needs to be a bit closer to that foam ball. We see a lot of the riders. That's a little bit better. Still quite getting caught up on the top. That's what we were mentioning about that back foot heavy. Needs to get that kite looping a little bit further down so he gets that yank forward. So he wants to be moving the kite again. Kiko Roy, one of the, kind of the rookie, one of the best strapless freestylers we have out there. Very progressive. Only 18 years of age. And great to see, what this tour is doing. We're after the most complete rider. And considering he's a freestyler, hadn't even been on a wave about 6 months ago. Great to see him improving. Had a great time in Mauritius. And obviously here to get his surfing skills up so he can become yet a better kite surfer. So good riding here from Quiquet. 2.13 for that first wave. Let's see what he gets for the second one. Then we have Finot out the back. I can see on the other side of my screen, just coming into focus you guys in a minute. He is trying to get another wave. He is on the 2019 blue colorway of the duotone kite. And Quiquet, that second wave. Seeing some scores being judged here. I'm impressed. This is good to see. So this heat has been repeated because there was an interference. What that means is that due to the fact that there was 4 guys on the water, it looks like one of the guys from the other heat interfered in between the both of them, not allowing them to get the score that they needed in a crucial part of the heat. So what's happened is we've gone into sequence and they are repeating. So 2.33 for that last wave from Quiquet, meaning that 4.46 total, but early days still 16 minutes to go. Anything can happen. This is the World Cup in Dakhla 2019 GKA World Tour. The best of the best are on the water and can't wait to see the action throughout day 7 here in the desert. I'd like to say a big shout out to my friend Carsten back in Tarifa. Hopefully you're in Tarifa, getting some good conditions. Thanks for the feedback here on the stream. He is a big supporter of Gianmarco Rivera. I'm going to be happy to see him going through that round before. So Que pasa, Karsten? Thanks for being here and getting involved with the stream here at the GKA Kite World Cup. Hope you're enjoying the action. I know you want the waves bigger and better as I do, and hopefully throughout the week we will see that. We were going to be here until the 13th. I got a nice view in front of my stream booth here of the downside section of the waves we have here, and it is starting to produce down where we had the competition last year. So I presume if the waves don't get any better at the top, we might be moving down here. But action on the water, we have Kiko Roy so far, 4.46 total. He's had 2 waves. Looks like he's getting yet another one. Already, okay, closer to the foam ball. Little foam climb there. Doesn't have a lot of speed. Needs to get. I think he's on an 11-meter kite. Quite a light rider. Once again, the technique of some of the more experienced guys do have a little bit more front foot heavy, so can maintain that speed. Again, Quiquet hadn't seen a wave until about 6 months ago, so great to see him being a bit more complete, going for the heavy section, but unfortunately, wave 1, Quiquet 0. And also a big shout out to my boys back in Tarifa, Rafa dos Santos, watching it. They're one of the main guys at Mambo watching this, making sure that his boy Kiket is on the water, and if not, we will be giving him some issues afterwards. But so far, producing the goods here on the waves, 4.46 total. There we could see Finor getting a wave. I'm presuming, I think I missed the first one there, so unfortunately, okay, I'm seeing some scores, so about the 1.5 average. Kiket also keeping it busy there at the back, 2.15. So at the moment, Kiko Royd has the lead, but I've been watching Hansa Finor free ride over the last 2 days, and this guy can rip. Once again, conditions are very hard out there. We've had to cancel due to lack of wind. Then an interference situation. We wish it was 7 meters, 6 foot barren and waves, but in the end, the conditions at hand, if they are suitable, we have to go. Here we have Hansa Finor coming on the inside. Let's follow him. And cue Mr. Cameraman. He's breaking up to try and make sure that the wave is jacking up by the time it goes down. Comes down the face, off the top. Little pump, tries to go back. Judges don't really like, you can see how he just pulls the tail out. He is using the power of his kite, not the power of the wave there. That's why he's not getting those bigger scores. Wants to be closer to the foam ball to be able to get the turn. Once again, easier said than done to be these guys to be able to perform these kind of things in these kind of conditions. I take my hat off to them, but this is the World Championship. We are here to give the viewers all the insights and outsides of the competition. You can see there a perfect example of getting laid back at the top of the turn, not being able to go back onto the wave. So the judges will pretty much not consider that a landed maneuver on the wave there. So he's going to have to increase his score there, but still he has a 1.63 and a 1.5. So he was going to be about a 3.1-ish total as soon as that comes up. Here we have Kiko Royd yet again on another wave. Good wave selection. Okay, you want to go closer to the foam ball there, Kiket. A good section coming through. Bottom turn engaging off the top. Perfect example there again. You can see his kite wasn't in the right position, so the power of the wave didn't allow him to go through, and his center of gravity was off back and touched the back onto the water. Looping the kite a bit now. Stay close to that foam ball, Kiket. Okay, start looping that kite. Go engage that bottom turn. Perfect. Off. Good. There from the Spanish boy. One more turn. Come on, Kiket. Another wave. Inside section. Riding the foam a little bit. Keeping himself busy. Bit of style there. Letting the tail loose again. Off the top. That was a good hit there from the Spanish boy. One more. Good ride there from Kiket. At the moment, he has 4 waves, and there's going to be a 5th here coming on. That's going to say it's going to be his best score. It's going to be close. He did have a few hits there apart, but he did have that mishap in the middle where he did land on his back. But I reckon that's going to be in the 3-point-something average. So I think that's going to be definitely his best wave so far. Longest wave. Rode it all the way from the back, connection the back sections to the front. Good ride in there from the youngster. 3.63. So no, great to see Kiket getting his stuff together in the waves and just having fun. Very complete rider. We're going to be seeing big things of him in the future. But this is not over, because I know this man, Hansa Finor, very talented kite surfer. And it is not over. Let's not forget, 15 wave total and only 2 waves count. So he can land 2 waves in the last 2 minutes, get 2 perfect 10s, and it doesn't matter who you're against, you get the win. So it is not over until it's over down here in the desert. And Kiko Royd at the moment at 4.48, taking the lead with Hansa Finor with a 3.13 total. Getting some messages in from friends back at home. I can see Chanketi, who just decided that the mast of his windsurfer was his enemy and headbutted it. So watch out for those masts, Chanketi. You don't want to go into a fight with them, or you end up like you did with a broken nose. So you're not going to be any more ugly. So still great to see my boys back in town tuning into the live stream. Great to see everybody getting involved. This event at the moment, 6th event of the GKA Kite World Tour. We can see Hansa Finor here on a wave at the moment, 3.13 against Kiko Royd with a 5.96. We are having fun here in the live stream booth. Great, and thank you for the comments to come in, keeping us entertained with these guys on the water. If you guys have, and girls, have any questions you want us to ask some of the riders of the techniques, about the gear, about the conditions, feel free to set it in the comments, and I will make sure to try and answer all of them or get the answers from the top riders and pros that we have here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Hamza Finor deciding to go on this inside section, and I can understand why. That's a really nice wave. Needs a little. You can see how he is braking to try and go back to the white section to then be able to jack the kite down as soon as it starts to lift up. There's that brake. Now he's going to loop that kite down. Engaging the bottom turn, keeping the board off the top again. You can see it's a little bit more offshore on the inside. Solid hit there from him, from the local Moroccan. One more here. A little air off. Unfortunately, he didn't land on the wave. That was a nice little air off the lip, but you got to land it on the wave for it to count. Still, it seems like he's finding his feet again in this heat. There is still just over 8 minutes left in this one so far. So 5.96 for Kiko Reut from local boy from Tarifa, originally out of Valencia. And then Hamza Finor from Morocco with a 3.83. Very good riding from both of these guys. I mean, let's not forget how hard the conditions are out there. Borderline wind, about 15 knots. Waves are quite small, even though it does look like there's a little bit of a push at the end of this low tide. The waves are getting a bit better, but it is very hard for the riders out there. Again, these are the world's best. If anybody can get petrol out of a stone, or blood out of a stone, as we would say, these guys can. And we've already seen some 8-point rides from the likes of Kiahi de Boites or Ayrton Cosolino. So it is possible, it is doable, and this is why this is the GKA Kite World Cup here in Dakhla. The world's best kite surfers in the water, front and center on your screen here at the live. Just getting some readings in from our jet ski. Looks like it's about 14 to 16 knot average, so it's quite constant, but I think the clouds are the ones that are giving us issues here. You can see as soon as a cloud comes in, the wind seems to die a bit, and as soon as it goes out, the wind comes through. Kiko Reut, this is going to be a good wave. Dale, Kikit. Okay, so he's moving that kite away, wants to stick to that section. Wants to stick to the power section there. He's obviously going to iron up this inside part. Looping the kite down. Going to get engaged for first bottom turn. Can see a little bit back foot heavy there. Didn't quite get the turn that he wanted to. If he's going to try and ride this towards the foam ball here. Man, conditions are hard out there. Looks like it's gone a little bit more offshore, so it's harder to stay into the wave. And riding, let's talk a little bit about onshore to offshore conditions. It is very hard to ride offshore waves because the kite is always pulling you off of the wave, so you really have to have good kite position and pretty much really keep an edge to stay on the wave. So you let go of the edge when you want to turn, and then you have to dig in to make sure it goes on. We've seen it in the likes of Punta Preta. Some of the best guys are doing that, as Jo Silva, Mito Monteiro, and Ayrton Cosolino, homeboys to Punta Preta and Cape Verde. They really can show it, and we can see here they don't have a problem with these offshore conditions. Then onshore, it's easier isn't the wave, but it's a little different. You don't have to have that kite quite as much in the sweet spot because the wave will push you more back onto the face so you can keep doing your maneuvers. But world's best out there, they have to produce the goods in all different kinds of conditions. Very technical and very challenging at the moment here in Dakhla. We've been looking at the forecast. Does look like the forecast is the waves are increasing, the wind is getting a bit stronger throughout the days. This is day 7. We still have until the 13th, so we still have 3 more days of competition here in the desert. And then we have front and center Kiko Reut staying busy. This is a good wave. Okay, he's going to ride this foam all the way to the inside. He wants to be patient. Eye of the tiger, eyeing up his prey. Loop that kite down, Kite. Inside section. Okay, engaging for a top turn. Can see how his center of gravity a little bit off there. Needs to kind of be leaning more over the board and releasing that back foot. Still getting a couple of turns in. Yet another turn. Edging out there using the offshore conditions. Maybe you will get one final one here on the inside. Engaging. Now, okay. Sliding it out a bit. Nothing too spectacular, but very hard on the inside here section here in Dakhla. Still, Kite kind of going for the option of keeping himself busy. Hamza Finot, a little bit more patient out the back. Very close at the moment. Let's go over the scores. Kike's best score is a 3.63. Hamza's best score is a 2.03. Hamza's best second score is a 1.9. And Kike's best second score is a 2.33. So very close. Anything can happen. 3 minutes, 12, 11, 10 seconds left in this heat. So still, I reckon there's time for yet another set. If I would Kite, the element of strategy also, I would go out to the back, wait for the set to come in, and try and get one of those waves to take it away from Finot. We've seen a lot of the Brazilians, that kind of strategy, the tactics of kind of, priority on the way. But we do like to see some gentlemen in the sport here. But this is competition. Let's not forget. Only the strongest will survive. And at the moment, it looks like Kite is going to drop a second good score for that wave. 2.86, so he's improved his second wave, so he's going to go up probably to the 6-point average. So very good surfing here from the youngster, considering he did not know what a wave was 6 months ago. So yeah, very proud of Kite here. I know Giuseppe back in Spain, Duotone team manager, is going to be happy with him. And I'm actually going to be lucky enough to be hanging out with them in Brazil for a few weeks, and hopefully some of his strapless skills will rub off on me. Hamza Finot has definitely waiting out the back. He knows if he gets a decent score, if he gets something above the 3-point average, he can take Kite out. Here we have Kite. This wave looks like it's a better one. He's already got a good turn. Oh, got to be careful with the power throughout. You can see it was a little bit front foot heavy there. So the power of the kite dropped him and almost fallen off of that wave. Still keeping it together and unfortunately not going back on that wave. So that will not be a big score for him. Going back out. Trying to talk to the energy of Mother Nature, get her to send some waves, and while you're at it, ask for some wind as well to be able to get this Dakhla event in full throttle, pedal to the metal, and get some absolute beauties breaking through here in the point. So if you're just joining us, this is the GKA World Cup in Dakhla, 6th event of the GKA Kite World Tour. Dakhla normally is a mixed format event, so what that means, we count waves and freestyle, but as we have decent waves, we've gone to 100% wave category, so the judges are scoring. They have a 15 wave total where they can decide to take off on 15 waves, and only the top 2 waves are the waves that will count. They are looking for that perfect 2-0-0-0, the perfect 20-point average with those 2 10s. We've seen it in surfing. We've almost seen it hit. We're here with the likes of the guys like Ayrton Cosolino. Will Dakhla bring those 10-point rides? 30 seconds left of the rerun of this heat. Let's not forget that after this heat, we're going to be going back to heat number 9A plus B, as we had to rerun this one. And as we stand, Kiko Reut is in the lead. 15 seconds left. And I'm going to go as far as saying he has this in the bag. It doesn't look like there's any energy on the outside. But if Hamza Finot takes off on a wave before the buzzer, he could advance through. 2, 1... And that's the end of the heat. So, just waiting for scores to be dropped and confirmed. It looks like Kiko Reut, El Anguila, is through to round number 2. A big congratulations to him. So, coming up next, we will have heat number 9A. Magi Anderson Rebosa, Mito Monteiro himself, and C. Martin from France. So a good heat coming up next. Let's just hope a little bit more wind, as the waves do seem to be pumping. So yeah, congratulations one more time to Kiko Reut for the winning that heat. We're going to be right back after this small commercial break. And we're back. That is the screenshot. That is the location we're at. The beautiful hotel of West Point in Dakhla. You just see it has a point break right in front of it. Literally, that last hut, I'm lucky enough to be in that room and I can see the waves from my bed. Wake up in the morning, have a surf. Then we go, as the wind comes up, then you can go out for a kite. Great location for a surfing holiday if you want to come with your family. Make sure you contact through the social media, the West Point Hotel in Dakhla profiles, and they will help you out to have a beautiful desert experience. Talking about desert experiences, here we are with heat number 9A plus B. So we have Maggi against Anderson Rebosas, and that Maggi is on the duotone kite. He is on the green duotone kite. Rebosas also on a duotone kite. Then we have Mito Monteiro, the man himself, F1 rider, probably the image of F1 for the last 10 years. This guy's done it all and keeps winning events and absolutely killing it. Champion on and off the water and one of the best ambassadors this sport has. So a big thank you, Mito, for all your help throughout the years. And then he is up against the youngster Martin from France. So action packed here, the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Okay, so Cabrina Rider, we have Martin, and then it looks like that is Mr. Mito Monteiro eyeing up a little ripple. No, decides against that. So we have going up against each other, Maggi, so duotone rider, against Anderson Rebosa from Brazil. Then we have Mito Monteiro up against Martin from France. So far, Maggi dropping the first score down here at heat number 9A with a 3.03. Mito Monteiro yet to score, but eyeing up a section here. You can see him on the blue and black F1 kite, swooping it around. This is what I'm talking about, that power off the top, wall climb there on the inside of the Dakhla West Point wave. It's going to ride this, ride the bump all the way into the inside section, coming in for turn number 2, going back, cut back in a little bit, trying to keep with the power of the wave. It's quite small on that, flattens out in the middle. Good hack off the top, letting some water loose, letting that tail out, really lifting the nose of his board so he can get that turn that he just produced for us here on the screen. And if I am not mistaken, that looks, is that Rebosa? No, that's too tall for Rebosa. So that, if I am not mistaken, that is Maggi. So going backside here, we can see Maggi. Just waiting, I'm sorry about this, guys. I'm waiting to get some information in to see if that duotone rider is Maggi. Trying to see, I can recognize. No, that is Rebosa. So the guy going backside on the green duotone kite is Rebosa from Brazil. Very complete rider. Great freestyler. Had a great event in Praia last year. Going to be looking forward to seeing him kill it again there. But front and center, Martin Cabrina. Hacking it off the top, not quite in the critical section, a little bit more out on the shoulder. Didn't get the power he was looking for. Inside section seems like it's jacking up a bit. Breaking out so he can use the power of the wave. Flying that Cabrina kite down. Does hit it, but unfortunately you can see that's the perfect example we've been mentioning of if you don't get the kite in the right position when it is offshore wave riding, you will be pulled off the back of the wave, and there you go. Unfortunately, had a good first turn, but that second turn just didn't get the kite in quite the right position and being pulled off, so that won't be a big score for him. Here we have Anderson going backside, coming from Brazil. Duotone rider, riding the bump a little bit. Just working the board around to keep the speed. Coming down, looks like he's going to have a good section here to whack off of. Nice positioning, good timing. Yet again, didn't quite get the power through. Very flat sections out there, so you really have to hit the wave in the correct position if you want to continue on it. Still, it's going to be a score on the board. So far, it looks like Mitu Monteiro for that wave is going to have the highest wave of the heat so far with a 4.87. So taking the lead here in Dakhla. Okay, Anderson, again, another wave, keeping himself busy. He has a 4.93, taking the lead after that wave. Nice top turn there, backside, really opening up the hip, spraying out that tail. Almost looks a little bit like Machu Lopez. Machu, we hope you has a bit of a shoulder injury, can join us here in Dakhla. Hope he is going to be back soon. One of the best riders out there, being world champion and vice world champion. He is Mr. Tropical himself. Had him commentating on the beach in Mauritius, doing an absolutely insane job, getting the crowds hyped, and great to have him taking part in the event. Look forward to seeing him in full recovery mode and coming to Brazil and absolutely dominating yet again. So Machu, you are missed. Mr. Tropical, get back to us. Come back to the GKA World Tour and come and have fun with your family. We have Martin on the wave, okay, riding it a little bit on the inside, but kind of just pumping through, not really producing any turns, so that's not going to be a big score. And he is up against Mr. Monteiro himself. He's going to have to up his game if he wants to get through this round. Just want to take a big shout out to the boys and girls from Starbucks, just bringing me a nice mocha pre-made coffee here, Frappuccino Starbucks. So thank you very much for being one of the sponsors of this event and keeping us caffeined up so we can just keep the stream going for hours on hours. Okay, so coffee break over, Gemma. I am back. Amazing heat here on the water. So far, the waves seem to have dropped a little bit as the tide's going out. It definitely I can see in front of my booth here, the waves are getting better. I reckon we might be moving down to this bottom section of the GKA Kite World Tour Dakhla event very soon, as it does look like it's starting to pump down here. Up on the point, you can see waves drifting in. Wave selection is definitely key when it comes to these. When it comes to it here, Mito Monteiro on a wave out the back, jacking that kite around. He is the one on the left. Okay, so we have Martin. There we go, panning out action for action. Mito top section. Martin also coming down with speed, engaging on that first bottom turn. Good hack off the top. That's what we are looking for. I love this image. Kite in the foreground, guys kiting in the back, hotel in the background. Doesn't get more picture perfect than that. Let's just hope that the waves increase. And here we have Mito Monteiro himself just maximizing this little section. Again, going past, he is used to these offshore conditions. Local from Punta Preta, an event winner here in Dakhla. He's hungry. He wants to get yet another event. Coming through again. Let's see if he can. He's eyeing up at that little air. Oh, air 180, breaking the fins loose there, mixing it up here in Dakhla. Mito Monteiro from Cape Verde, yet another good wave. Mito has a lot of support here on the stream. Patrick Alves saying, let's go, Mito. Definitely let's go, Mito. So far, he is in the lead. He has a 4.87, and this wave is going to be around the 5-point average. Maybe even making it to the 6s. It's definitely going to be close. I'm waiting for some scores to be dropped. 6.43 for that last wave from Mito Monteiro. So taking the lead in heat number 9A. And in heat number 9A, we have Rebosas with a 4.93 total. So great to see some of the future generations out there. We have Martin. He's the young kid from Reunion. You can definitely see the surfing background in him. When he gets that turn linked up with the kite, we saw just before a really nice hack from him on the inside section. Here we have him again. Okay, pull that kite down. So what he wants that on, when he gets that, when he already engages on that bottom turn, you really want to yank that kite down like we see some of the other riders, especially offshore conditions. That's what gets you back on. You can see how much Ayrton and Mito move the kite left, right, and center around the skies here in the beautiful country of Morocco to be able to perform the moves they do on the waves, get the scores, and come through. But there you go, last wave from Martin, 3.5, so finding his feet here in the waters of Dakhla, and he wants to give Mito Monteiro a run for his money in heat number 9B, so great to see future generations pushing and just improving and pushing the envelope on the kite surfing here at the GKA Kite World Tour. Okay, surfers and kite surfers together, united, enjoying the same way that we have Rebosas, backside hack. Breaks up a little bit just so he can get a bit more power. He's going to go down. Okay, second turn. Getting a little bit of a foam ride there. Going for the third. Opening up. Trying to break himself. Third turn. Connecting. Not quite as critical. We want to be a little bit more towards the critical part. That was a nice open back turn. He's going to stay close to the white water. Or ride it all the way to the inside. Dropping it a little, breaking a little bit just so he can get that inside section. Maybe get 1 or 2 more turns. There you go. The wave's going vertical here. He's going to power the kite through. And wha-bang! Off the top, jumps it around, throws that tail out a little bit, as much as possible with the hip-high waves out there. So, no, that's going to be a good score for Rebosas. And here we have Mito Monteiro on the wave. Look how far he pulls that kite down. We've been mentioning through that good section, opening them up for him. He's seen it going off the top, letting the tail loose. He's going to loop that kite round to get through that second section. Again, cut back all the way back to the white water. Straight into a turn off the top. Mito really getting his feet here, starting to feel his mojo. Cut back to the bottom. Comes down the second section off the top. Whoa! Big hack there from Mito. Did he make it? No, he fell off of that last turn. But really linking sections, powerful, going vertical, variety, cut back to snap, to hack, to round the house, really mixing up the surfing. That is going to be a good score. And that is what the judges are looking to get the extra kudos, the extra points here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Coming up on the 5-minute mark here in this heat. At the moment, we have Anderson Rebosas, a 7.47 going through in heat number 9A. And then we have Mitu Monteiro with an 11.5 in heat number 9B. Still early days. It's a nice wave on the inside. That looks like Martin, if I'm not mistaken, breaking it up. He's going to try and whack. There you go. Pulls that kite round. It's definitely a lot lighter on that inside section. Hard for the guys to produce the goods on the inside. Really need to have the momentum of the wave to be able to keep the power throughout the turns. And some rays of sunshine coming out here in Dakhla. Hopefully this will mean the wind will increase a little bit. It's just past 7 o'clock. We've got about an hour left of daylight, so time to get through a few more heats. We are going to be continuing through until the sunset. We can see Anderson. Okay, Anderson going frontside this time, showing how complete he is out there. We've seen him going backside. Now we're seeing him ride frontside. And actually producing. Is that Anderson? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little bit confused here. Yeah, that does look like Anderson. Okay, so Anderson looks like he's changed his strategy and going frontside here. I apologize. I am completely incorrect. That was Magi. They look the same. They're on the same kite. It's hard to see from this distance. Once again, I apologize. Nice riding there from the Moroccan. Solid bottom turns and top. Linking them together. Really like that. That's going to be a good score for him. I'm seeing some high numbers being dropped. It's going to be close. I reckon Magi might take the lead over Anderson. 4.33 there for that wave from Magi. So that's going to be very, very, very close. Anderson's going to have to up his game. Obviously, local Moroccan finding his feet. This is his break. He wants to defend it. Going in strong. Mitu Monteiro also grabbed another wave there. Getting a 2.7 for that last one, but not quite what he wanted. The sets are far and few between. Wave selection is key. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left of this heat. We see Mitu Monteiro in the back and Martin in the front. Good hack. Good hack from both of them. That was a really nice hack there for Martin. Beautiful top turn. Starting to get his feet. He's really starting to get used to this way. Really engaging. Dropping that front hand. Mitu on the back. Also letting that tail loose. Martin, come on. Give us another one. Oh, action for action. Now he's getting a little bit too far out on the shoulder. You can see Mitu's a bit closer to the power section of the wave. Still, that's going to be a good score for him. Mitu looked like he was looking for a little floater there. I really like that image from from afar away. You can see both of the riders front and center going turn for turn, slap for slap, pound for pound, punch for punch down in the desert. And this is why this is the World Cup. Mitu Monteiro on the inside. The sun's coming out and the colors start to pop. Talk about milk it all the way to the end. Nice little air there to end the section. Going to be a good score there for Mr. Monteiro. You can see some of the boys joining. Mint, one of our videographers for most of the tour. Currently, couldn't make it here to Dakhla. You are missed, and I hope you're enjoying the stream for us here. I know you're going to be missing out on a few of those beers in the afternoons, but hope to see you soon in Brazil, my friend. And Christoph, thank you for joining in to watch the stream. The waves are getting better. Hopefully the wind is increasing and we're going to have yet another good event. Here we have Magi off the top. Didn't get that kite quite around. You see how he just got laid back off at the back section of the wave. He is a bigger guy, so needs to really keep that front foot heavy to be able to stick on the wave there. Not quite being able to get it on that one. We have Martin, young kid from Reunion. Great to see the young generations pushing the envelope. We've been seeing it on the freestyle. They're just getting younger and younger, and it is great to see, new kids coming on tour, and the level and how they just absorb. They're sponges, and can't wait to see the future generations of kiting events to come. Mitu Monteiro swapping off the back again, coming back to that foam ball, keeping them high. He really works this inside section. Bottom turns the game out of focus there, unfortunately. Here we have what looks like that is Martin, excuse me. So once again, Mitu and Martin, very similar strategies, getting the same waves at the set. Look like Martin went first, and then Mitu still on that wave behind, missed a few turns. I reckon he's going to try and get that air 180 he's been going for. Little bit of an air there on that inside section, not quite getting the height that he wanted. But still, good ride again for Mitu, keeping it busy. He is currently in the lead with a 12.83 average. That was a 6.2. And Martin with an 8.84. So he's got two solid fours. I mean, considering the young age of this kid, that is a very, very good feat for him. And that looks like that heat is over. So the winners would be Anderson Rebosas and Mitu Monteiro, unless there are some more scores to be dropped, which I'm pretty sure they're not. So it looks like we're going to be going into the next round very soon. Just waiting for the official call to be made. And yes, so Anderson Rebosa and Mitu Monteiro are the winners of that heat. And we will be back very soon after a short commercial break.
Yeah, man, I'm a natural. Okay, ain't so bad. Original. A beef.
Ain Sultan, Génération Nature.
Okay, so we are back. So this is heat number 10. We have Francesco Capuzzo from Italy. One of the most complete watermen out there. Came fourth in Cape Verde at the beginning, and this is why. He is a very stylish backside rider. Off the top. You can see his kite. Right in position there. Good riding there from the Italian. So he's going to have a solid score for that one. Still riding it all the way onto the inside. He is up against Olivier Perinal, young French rider. Very impressed about him yesterday, getting some solid turns. He is on Liquid Force. And also in this heat, James Carew from Australia, riding for Duotone against Lure Miller, who is on the Ocean Rodeo. To talk about an action-packed heat there. You can see Miller at Ocean Rodeo, front and center, going front side. Just kind of sticking with the wave, waiting for it to jack up a little bit to be able to get those turns. Because it is so light, you really do need to have the assistance, the help of the wave to push you back in. A good open turn there, considering the size of the wall, or the size of the wall of the wave. Maximizing the inside section here, keeping himself busy. Really, I do like the riders that they can, completely open up their shoulder. They really push, throw their weight across and push it to the side, giving that kind of open face hack. The waves are small here, so we can't really call them faces, but on some of the bigger sets, we've seen the likes of James Carew, Mitu, and the young kid from the reunion, Martin. Very impressed with his riding, and great to see yet again the new generations coming through here on the tour. So far, Perinal keeping himself busy, a 2 and a 2.7, but Francesco Capuzzo for that backside wave we saw just at the start of the stream here, 4.33. Capuzzo again. See how he has that kite lower? He really does. He engages that bottom turn. Make sure he has enough power along to be able to hit off the top of the section. Utilizing, getting some speed there. He's going to open up. Luke Miller on the inside also. Congratulations to him and Francis Keller. The guys are engaged, veterans and locals to the tour. Great to see them finally doing the deed, and they are going to get married. So a big congratulations to both of them there. Here we have Francesco Capuzzo backside riding, turn for turn. Good little snap off the top, like how he flows that tail across. Small turns, but again, keeping himself busy. James Carew. Powerhouse from Australia. Unfortunately, not quite making that turn onto the wave, but did have some drive throughout that turn. At the moment, it looks like James Carew, 5.83 for his first wave. Unfortunately, we didn't see that. Let's not forget 4 riders on the water. We only have 2 cameramen, so we will try and get you guys the most amount of action as possible. But there will be some things that we will miss. So, at the moment, we have Francesco Capuzzo with 2 good scores, a 7.86 total over Oliver Perinal from France with a 4.7. Still early days in the heat. There's still 15 and a half minutes to go. Then we have James Carew, 5.83 and a 5.83. He could have done that better if he wanted to. Equal scores for both waves. And then we have Luke Millard, a 2.7 and a 4.4. So, great scores from both of these riders. Very close heat on both ends of the table. 15 minutes to go. This is the GKA World Cup in Dakhla. Day number 7. Still loads of action to come, and hopefully the wind will increase a bit and the waves will get bigger and bigger. And this event will go down in the history books of one of the best waves events we've had so far. There we can see Luke Miller and Oliver Perinal on the back there. Love the sunset starting to show us that gold, those colours. Good wave here. Engage that bottom turn. Wave kind of flattened out a bit for him there. Unfortunately, it does look like that inside section is going to jack up, as we would say. Luke being patient, waiting to see if it does do that to produce the goods. Now he's going to power through. Good section here, bottom turn. Nicely off the top, letting that tail. Again, you can see how he stays very much on the wave, utilizing the power. Not the biggest of turns, but intelligent riding, front foot heavy, so he can maintain himself on the face of the wave. This is going to be a good score for Luke. Unfortunately, they're just coming off. But again, he has a 4.4 and a 2.07. I think he would probably increase on that second score. Well, we have Oliver Perinal in front and center, F1 rider from France. Good top turn there, engaging for the second. A little bit of a foam climb. He's going to want to get a bit more speed to continue through. Good hack there. Talk about letting the water loose. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like in the background I can start to see Mr. Carew trying to eye up a wave. Quite a time in between sets here. So a 3.97 for that last wave from the F1 rider from France, Oliver Perinal. So at the moment, he's going to be totaling around a 5 point something. And then we have Luke Millard, 3.73 for that last one, 6.47. He's up against James Carew, who has a 5, high 5 and a medium 6 at a 12.16. So he's got a work cut out for him. But I've seen Luke free riding throughout the last few days and has had some really nice hacks. So he's going to definitely, it is not over until it's over. Francesco Capuzzo being patient, waiting out the back. RRD rider also won a very talented freestyle windsurfer and a wave windsurfer. Also does the world tours of those disciplines. Had a great event in Silt. Saw him doing a really, I can't remember the name of the move, but a really big move on one of the chops there in Silt that he posted on his social media. Very complete waterman. Has a school down in Sicily. Big place where you can just go out. I know James is going to go and hang out with him. If you're ever in there, make sure you contact him via social media. Get yourselves down to Italy and have an Italian experience here with the master himself, Francesco Capuzzo. Unfortunately, sometimes when the sun starts to go down, the wind does start to drop, and it does look pretty light out there. I know race director Juan Antonio is going to be there measuring the winds. You can see the jet ski out the back. I think they're probably taking a reading as we speak, so we know if it is suitable or not. It looks like there's a bit of a low here. I can see all the guys moving their kites left, right, and center. Francesco Capuzzo here looks like he's got a nice little bump coming up and behind him. Let's see if he can make this into a wave. RRD Rider coming out of Italy, looping this kite round. Probably gonna, is he gonna go, he can go switch sun? No, he's going backside. Okay, one more loop. Talk about footwork there. He went from backside to front side to backside just to get himself on this wave. Nice bottom turn off the top. Really like how he engages his shoulder on that bottom turn. Really open up, completely up the top. This is what gave him that 4th position in Cape Verde. He's used to these offshore conditions and really producing the goods here on very, very small waves. Again, keeping it pissy. He is in the lead, 7.86. Has a medium 4 and a medium 3. Doubt that wave is going to be any more than that, but still good riding here from the Italian. And James Carew there, duotone rider coming out of Australia. One of the most powerful wave riders and one of the most powerful freestylers we have out there. Very complete rider. In the likes to try and get that world championship. He is in 2nd position so far, trailing close behind Ayrton. Ayrton pretty much almost has it in the bag, but James is not going to let go until the final events of this heat coming up in Brazil and hopefully be able to take that 1st position from Ayrton. So far, only 33 points separating them from 2nd to 1st, so great to see the Australian killing it here throughout the tour. He was a rookie last year and improved so much throughout. Okay, surfers and kiters united. We can see Pele now joining that surfer on a wave. Getting a few turns. Nice turn there. Keeping himself into that power section. There's not a lot of wind. Really nice off the top there. Just utilizing that foam ball to be able to keep going through. Oh! Looks like he was trying to do a little spin there. Didn't quite get it, but still very nice. That 2nd turn out. He just went from the foam ball all the way over the top and landed into the critical section of the wave. Great riding there from the Frenchman. Okay, so at the moment he has a 6.67, but that score's still to drop. I wonder if that one is going to be better. It's going to be close, that's for sure. You see, wind is quite marginal out there at the moment. 9 minutes left in this heat. You can see race director Juan Antonio eyeing up the conditions, making sure it is definitely very close. The guy's having a hard time there at the moment. Here we have James Carew. Looks like he's going to decide to go on this little bump here. It seems to be opening up on the inside. Yep, he is going to decide to go on this one. Just staying on the wave, making sure he has enough power. He's going to go down now. Okay, so engaging for the 1st bottom turn. James Carew from Australia. Goes back to the foam ball, make sure he keeps the power of the wave. He's going to come off of this top section here. Off the top, letting the tail loose, really keeping his center of gravity low so he can get those. Look at the smack. Oh, unfortunately losing it there. Great riding. You can really see how he bends himself, keeps himself low, keeps the board flat. And we have Leo Miller. Nice top turn off there. Engaging straight into a 2nd. That is a very good combo there. Going for the 3rd. Bring that kite down. 3rd turn. Got a little caught up on the top there, but that was a solid 2-turn combo there from Luke Miller from Australia. One more time. Yeah, inside section didn't really make it up, but very good combo there from the Australian. So Aussies in the water James Carew against Lucas Millard, and then we have Francesco Capuzzo against Pedinal. Here we have Mr. Capuzzo backsiding it away. Good off the top. Is he going to get a final turn here? I don't think he's going to make that bottom section. Oh, he is. Okay, riding the foam, and again, one more turn maybe. Small wave, keeping himself busy, not quite getting in verticality, or the turns were a little bit copy and paste, but still, he is in the lead, only by 1.2. Does look like that is going to be one of the better waves of the heat so far for him. Seeing some fours being dropped. Let's wait until those scores are confirmed. Here we have Pedinal. This is a nice wave. Hitting it right in the section. Come on, power through, bottom turn. Okay, nice hack. Here we have changed cameras to James Carew. Looping the kite around, he's going to open back, go back to the foam ball. He wants to keep that power, try and get that section again. Now he's going to go for yet another engaging, yet another turn. Climbing the wall, unfortunately getting caught up at the top because of the light wind. Not quite having the kite in the sweet spot and losing that wave. 4.1 for Capuzzo for that last wave. So good score for him. He's now taking he's 8.43. But Pedinal 8.6, taking the lead over Capuzzo with a 4.63, and I think that last wave was even better, if not the same. I reckon Pedinal has the lead at the moment, just waiting for some official scores to be dropped. And Millard on that last wave, also a 5.17. So, standing so far, very close heat in between Francesco Capuzzo and Pedinal, 8.6 versus 8.43. Pedinal in the lead. Then James Carew, 12.16 versus 9.56 from Miller. So this is definitely a close heat. Just under 6 minutes left. You can see some more people joining the stream here. Y el bombero extremeño, Luis Motera. Good to see you getting into this stream, enjoying the beautiful waves here in Dakhla. Francesco Capuzzo giving on a show. That was a really nice top turn. Look at the light now with the sun. Oh, good. Letting the tail loose, almost airing that a little bit there. Very powerful rider, this Italian. You know, we saw it in Punta Preta where he got that 4th position. And now you can just see it even on the small waves. Just really jack the board around and smacks it off the top. Considering the waves are small, it's very hard to go backside because he is literally has to turn around his shoulder. He's not looking. He has his back facing the wave. He's not looking at the wave the whole time. So that's quite difficult and really navigating that well. And that's why at the moment he is very close at the top of this heat. Okay, James Carew coming in. This one looks like it's opening up. It's a smaller wave, but it is. You can see a wall all the way down. He's on the inside, jacking that kite around. Okay, engaging that second turn. Big hit off the top. You can really see the verticality. Yet again, vertical and letting that tail loose at the end. This is going to be a big score for him. It's what the judges are looking for. Coming in for yet, going around that end section. One more time, and will he get... No, okay, a little bit off the back of that one, but 2 solid turns. Ooh, looks like he hit something there. 2 solid turns there from the Aussie. That is going to be a good score. Here we have Pedinal also. Very close heat in between him and Francesco Capuzzo. Good turn there for him. Little air drop at the end there. Braking to see if he can maximize this inside section. Like how he went back from the wave there, opening his shoulder there. Okay, switching it back. Good combo there. Considering small waves, this kid is killing it. So 9.2 in the lead over Francesco Capuzzo for him. And then we have James Carew with a 12.16. That last wave of a 5.77, but he has a 5.83 and a 6.33 total. So leading heat number 10A is the Aussie, James Carew, riding for duotone. And this man there, Pedinal from France, very impressive riding. And at the moment in the lead over Francesco Capuzzo. But 3 minutes 20 to go. Here we have Millard. Good open face turn there, coming back to the power zone one more time. Getting caught up at the top there a bit. Get that speed down. Okay, one more turn here. Waiting for the wave for that inside section. Most of the guys are doing it to see if they can get that 1 or 2 turn at the bottom. And the young but the wave didn't quite make it from there. So another wave there for Luke, but that isn't going to improve his scores for sure. Not quite as big or as vertical as he wanted. It's good to see a lot of the guys from Spain tuning into the screen. Enrique Marinas, thanks for the comments. Good to see you guys enjoying it. And here we have Pena now. I love this like open hack at the top of the face. One more time. Okay, yeah, there you go. Oh, unfortunately, he looks like he was going to go back to that foam ball. The waves are very flat out there. We've been talking about, let's talk a little bit about the equipment. Some of the guys are riding shorter but wider boards, so they have a more surface area, so they can float a bit more, because you need to maintain the speed because the face isn't as hollow, so it won't push you back onto the wave. Some of the guys even riding the noseless boards. I was talking to a couple of them yesterday, and they said when waves are so flat, sometimes it's easier because they can whip them around a bit. Some of the freestyle or crossover boards you've seen out there. I saw Mito riding the slice, then some of the boys from Duotone on the new Rocket Fish. You can really see them working in these kind of conditions, because we do get a lot of conditions like this around the world, and you do want to have fun on these mushy waves. And hopefully now with the offshore winds of the rest of the competition seem to be pushing up in the wave, the swells does look like it's on the increase, and we'll be able to see some barrels and some hacks here at the beautiful location of Dakhla. I'm definitely keen to see some more size out there. Hopefully tomorrow, as I mentioned, beautiful sunset here on your screens at the moment. Dakhla, such a lovely location. And, in front of the West Point Hotel here, that we have the surfing conditions in the morning and the kiting in the afternoon. If you're up for a kite surf or a surfing experience, make sure you come over here, Dakhla, one of the most consistent spots in the world. And I know it will produce the goods, and producing the goods there on the RRD kite. Francesco Capuzzo, backside, getting a little hack on that section. It looks like on the inside here we have James Carew waiting. He's gone all the way from the outside on this little section, and it does seem like it's checking out. Okay, you're going to get big turn. Talk about destroying the wave for what it's worth. Such a powerful rider, James. He takes every inch out of everything there, and you can really see him pushing it here on the inside. He's going to get one more hack. Unfortunately, camera obviously saw that this guy there, Millard, looks like his saturation is a little bit high on that camera. The kite is not that pink. There we go. Bring it down. Thank you. Okay, so Millard coming in on yet another wave. Very close for them here on the beginning. 9.57 for Millard versus a 12.16 from James Carew. Good wave here. Really like the bottom turn from Millard. He really does, lowers his body, gets that hand dragging, really does go vertical. Fortunately, sometimes on these flatter waves, it's a bit easier not to go as radical because the risk factor is high. But if you can land those turns and you can make them work, you are going to get the high scores. And in the end, this is the World Tour. If you're going to do it, it's going to be here. Okay, so that does look like, if I am not mistaken, that is going to be very close to the end of the heat. My timer, for some reason, has frozen. We do have a little bit of a connection issues here with the internet sometimes. So, very impressive heat. It kind of died off a little bit at the end as the wind is getting lighter and lighter. I got a beautiful desert sunset here in front of my booth. I am going to continue transmitting all of this action here from the live stream of the GKA World Cup here in Dakhla until we go to dark. Coming up next after this heat, we are going to have on the water Pedro Matos, Tony Chiliberto, Jean-Marcos Rivera, and Kiahi de Boites. So that heat is over. Your winners are James Carew and Oscar Penenal. Congratulations. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
LGS, faire gagner le sport.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us at the end of Day 7 of the GKA World Cup here in Dakhla, we've moved over to the ocean side of the peninsula, and this is the kite surfing. The surfboards are out, the waves are there, and the boys and girls are destroying it here at the second day of the kite surfing event. Really good to see them out there. The waves starting to pump up a little bit. Hopefully for tomorrow, the swell looks like it's increasing, and we're going to have more action, so make sure you tune into the live tomorrow as well. Thank you for joining us today. At the moment, we have in the water round 2, heat number 11. Pedro Matos, the Brazilian from Duotone, is up against Tony Chiliberto, multiple wave Italian champion from RRD. Gianmarco Rivera, Chamaquito from Duotone, local from Tarifa, in there against Kiahi de Boites. Both of these guys dropping scores literally on the buzzer. 4.37 from Gianmarcos up against a 5.55 from Kiahi de Boites. Action-packed here with some of the best guys in the water. Let's tune in here at the beach. I can see some scores being dropped from away from Tony Chiliberto. 1.5 for him, so just starting off that first heat number 11A. He is up against Pedro Matos, still to score a wave. Kiahi de Boites, front and center on your screen. Inside section, just getting caught up there a little bit, going over the front of his board. Yet he still does have the highest scoring wave so far in this heat, a 5.5 here, with a beautiful sunset in the background of the Dakhla GKA World Cup. Okay, it looks like that rider there, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to get closer to my screen, is Pedro Matos. That would be Pedro Matos on the red duotone. On the green duotone, it is Gianmarcos Rivera. RRD is Tony Chiliberto, and the Cabrina is Kiahi de Boites. So Pedro Matos, one of the best surfers in the tour. Little hack off the top, joining. Pedro really does stay on the wave face. He does surf the wave. He really does use the kite for his advantage and not substituting the strength of the wave for his turns. Unfortunately, not quite picking off the best wave of the set there. Only getting a turn on that one, but a 1.7 for him for that wave. Tony Chiliberto here, RRD rider from Italy, backside. 1.5 at the moment, little foam climb just to get some speed and some power. He's going to want to turn into the next section of the wave, braking a little bit to stay on the wave. Obviously, judges are going to penalize that a bit. They want to see the fluidity, because if that was a surfing, he wouldn't have been able to do that. It's only because he's connected to the kite. Okay, unfortunately, not quite getting the turns Tony would want there. That turn can only be Kiahi de Boites. Really lets that tail loose. It's insane the control he has on the top of this wave. He has been a world champion before, multiple winner here in Dakhla. Great to see him coming back onto tour. Really likes this wave, and he's obviously going to be a contender for the top podium spots here. Has a 5.5 on the scoreboard at the moment, and obviously that is not going to increase there, but still nice wave there from the Australian. 1.73 there for Kiahi for that 7 waves. So he has a 7.28 total. Gianmarcos Rivera has a good first wave of 4.37. And then Pedro Matos has a 1.7 and a 2.3 totaling at 4. And Tony Chiliberto 1.5 and a 2.23 totaling at 3.73. Conditions do look quite light out there. I can see the sun is starting to say goodbye to me here at the streaming booth. Goodbye, Mr. Sun. Thanks for being with us, and come and shine even brighter tomorrow. This is round 2 of the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Heat number 11 on the water. Heavy hitters Pedro Matos from Brazil versus Tony Chiliberto from Italy. Gianmarcos Rivera from the Dominican Republic against Kiahi de Boites from Australia. Gianmarcos, a nice wave, good wave selection here. Coming off the top of that turn, utilizing the foam ball, really sticking to that power section of the wave. Going to get engaged on yet another bottom turn. Intelligent hack off the top, keeping the board nice and flat, just keeping the speed. Again, good turns here from the Dominican. Is he still in the no? Unfortunately, dropping off at the back of that one. Got caught up in the white water a little bit too much, losing the momentum there. It was a good start, but unfortunately losing it at the end. But Gianmarco Rivera keeping himself busy. 2.4 for that wave. So Gianmarco Rivera really picking out the good waves in the set. Good open face turn back to the powerful section of the waves. Going to go up. Is he going to hit that section? He is. Letting the tail loose at the top. Very nice there from the Dominican. Foam climb. Good foam climb there from Gianmarcos. This is going to be a good score for him. Another foam climb, utilizing, maximizing what he can do on this small wave. Couldn't have got much more from that. Is he going to be able to get an inside section here? He is trying to get down to the bottom to get yet one more turn. Unfortunately, not quite making that. And Pedro Matos, even though you didn't see, I did see it on my other multi-screen I have here. He did get a few good turns on that one. Going to be interesting to see the scores. But I reckon Gianmarco Rivera would have improved his score there on that last wave. Just waiting for some scores to be dropped. Kiahida Boites has a 10.92 against a 7.07 from Gianmarcos. It's going to be close because I can see that last wave from him. Here we have Tony Chiliberto backside. Good wave. Just not quite getting the speed he needs to be out in front of that section. He is really just utilizing the white water there. Not going to get the scores that he wanted. Gianmarco, talk about wave selection. He's really going for it in this heat. 9.04 against a 10.92 against Kiahi. He has to pull out all the guns if he wants to get past the Australian. And really going for it here in this heat. Great to see Gianmarcos. Does a lot of clinics here in West Point. Has that shop Kite and War back at home. And a big congratulations for him on just had another baby, a new member to the family. I know Raquelita will be watching here and cheering Gianmarco along. And without no doubt, Gianmarcos goes here because he is really performing well here in Dakhla. Here we have Pedro Matos, do a turn rider out of Brazil. Also getting a couple of hacks. One of the things I really like about Pedro, he doesn't go in front of the wave. He really does stay on that face. He does have that surfing part of him. And this is why he does get the high scores. A little tail loose there. A bit flat though. That's, much better there. Getting the section that he wanted to. Gianmarco Rivera looks like he's not going to improve his scores on that last one, but keeping very busy and very close to Kiahida Boites. So this isn't over until it's over. 10 minutes 30 left on the heat. Pedro Matos dropping a bomb. 7.4 for that last wave from him. Like I was mentioning about the surfing, he stays on the face of the wave, which is what the judges are looking for. He uses the power of the wave and uses the kite to his advantage when he wants to get that extra bit of power. Linking maneuvers well, joining sections, going vertical, coming off the top, mixing it up, cutbacks, roundhouses. Good complete surfing there from him, and that's why he's got that 7.4 inside section, front and center. Getting dark, we can see Kiahida Boites from Hawaii. He's going to want to produce a couple turns on this little inside. No, he's going to turn around. It's hard to choose out there. Some of these inside rollers do actually get a vertical face on that part, that inside section of the shore, and then some of them don't. It's hard to decide which ones to go for. Wave selection experience out there really does make a difference. Gianmarco's going for some great wave selection here, and looks like Kite de Boitis for that last wave, an 8.1. This is why Kite has won this event time after time. Windy, light wind, small waves, big waves. He is one of the most complete kite surfers out there, riding for Cabrina. Great to see him here back on tour, and 13.65 average against Gianmarco's with a 9.04. Still not over, but putting some solid scores in the Dominicans. Definitely going to have to step it up, but he has been getting some great waves. Really good selection here from Gianmarco. So again, it is not over till it's over, and Gianmarco's a former world champion himself, can definitely produce the goods here, and he's used to Dakhla. So looks like it yet again he's got a bomb on the outside. Let's see what he can get for us here. Looping that kite round, getting the power. Off the top, he's joined the wave by a surfer. Good couple of turns again to that power section. Off the top, good. Gianmarco's letting that tail loose. You can really see how he extended that back foot. Now he's back to the white water. Getting that inside section. Again, kite very nicely down so he stays on the wave. This is a good wave for him. Fortunately, that inside just hasn't jacked up as much as he wanted to. Pedro Matos front and center. You can really see the light is starting to go, and this is going to be the last heat of the day. So 7 minutes 54 seconds left. First turn from Pedro before second, right on the critical section of the wave. Really lets that tail loose, sprayed out the water, keeping his center of gravity low, and being able to stretch out. Beautiful image there. This is what the judges are looking for, and that's why he got that 7.4 before, but unfortunately didn't make that inside of that wave. Here we have Tony Chiliberto also backside riding. Good hack off the top, but the wave has shivered into nothing, so that's not going to be a big score for him. At the moment, Pedro Matos with a 13-point average, 5.76 for Tony Chiliberto, 9.04 for Gianmarco Rivera, and a 13.65 for Kite de Boitis. Kite eyeing up a wave there, didn't like what he saw and has gone back out. He has a 5.55 and an 8.1, so two good scores. He's going to want to improve that second score to get closer to that 20.00 perfect 210s here in Dakhla. Pedro Matos looping the kite around. There is a surfer in the way. Get him out of there. Looks like he was having a little bit to say for that surfer. Please, Mr. Jetski, get those surfers out of the competition area. Good hack. Talk about hit the section right on the sweet spot. Coming around again. Engaging bottom turn. Going back to the white water. Open carve on the face. Okay, he's going to utilize this inside section here. He's going to a little bit closer to the rocks, and now you can really see how it comes up. One more turn, a little bit of a floater off there. He's going to be able to get another turn in here. Beautiful. Very complete wave there from the Brazilian. Multiple turns, letting the tail loose. Really pushing that back foot, getting that stylish, stretched, but low top turn that these boys do. Yeah, really good to see here. Okay, nice little 180 spin out at the end there. Oh, Kite! Perfect air. Utilizing the wave and absolutely ollieing off the lip and landing straight on the wave. That is going to be a huge score for him. I didn't see what he did before on the wave, but just for that maneuver, he's going to get the top numbers because that is so hard to produce. A, in offshore conditions, and B, on such small waves. Very good riding there for Kite de Boitis. Pedro Matos, 5.2 for that last wave, so he has a 13.00 total. Kite de Boitis looks like he's going to get a 6-ish, 5.73 for that last wave. Only 2 turns, but that air definitely increased the numbers for that one. Just under 5 minutes left of this heat, and we can see final little bit of sunshine out there. Beautiful sunset in front of me, starting to disappear. Heat number 11, A plus B. We'll be starting tomorrow with heat number 12, A plus B, out on the water. So first on the water tomorrow, all the action. This is the final heat of the day. Heat number 11, A plus B. Gianmarcos Rivera, very busy this heat. Really good surfing here from him. Hard to see now. The light is going. Big hack in the section. Does he make it? Almost. This is what we want to see. He is up against Kiahi de Boises, really risking it on that maneuver. Hitting the wave right as it was closing, almost under the lip. Just unfortunately not getting that board underneath him. But great riding here from the Dominican. Tony Chiliberto, open face. Big bottom turn. RD rider, multiple Italian wave champion, goes a little bit too far out in the flats to be able to continue with the power on that wave. You can see he lost the power there in the end, then got hit by the water and continues on. Judges are going to penalise him for that. But still, I really like the open carve he has, open carve bottom turn that this Italian rider has. Okay, here we have Gianmarcos Rivera again, keeping it very busy. Good turns from Gianmarcos. This wave looks like it's opening up a little bit more for him. Just flattening out there on the inside, unfortunately. Let's not forget this is a double elimination format. What does that mean? It means all the riders will have another chance to go up and continue and try and fight for the crown here in Dakhla. So far, this is round 2, heat number 11 of the single elimination of the GKA Kite World Cup here in Dakhla. In the water, we have Pedro Matos, Tony Chiliberto, Gianmarcos Rivera, and Kiahi de Boises. Pedro Matos front and center, duotone red kite. Getting a few open hacks there. Really like the surfing style of this kid. Really open bottle. Once again, hard to see here. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like Kiahi. Yep, that's definitely Kiahi. That is his top turn. Just see how he lets that tail loose. 2 good turns into a third, and he's going to get a 4th as well. Open face. Riding the foam ball all the way to the end. Great riding here from Mr. de Boites. Has a 13.83 total at the moment. Over 9.97 from Gianmarcos. Close though. Gianmarcos, if he gets a solid wave, it could still be able to get past Kiahi. But 1 minute 20 left. I can see some energy on the back here. So hopefully that means that the waves are going to send us one more set of day number 7 here in the beautiful location of Dakhla. And Pedro Matos scoring a 9.07 for that last wave. Really good maneuvers there from him, giving him those top scores. So 50 seconds left on this heat. I can see out the side of my booth here. I do see a little bit of energy. Is it going to be enough to be able to get Gianmarcos or Tony Chiliberto back into this heat? Solid performance from both of them. Really, Gianmarcos keeping it busy, getting some great waves. And even if he doesn't look like there's going to be a set for him on this one, so it looks like Kiahi de Boites is going to take the win. Still double elimination to come. It looks like the forecast for waves and wind is good for the rest of the week, so hopefully we'll have more action. Make sure you're with us here throughout the next few days on the stream. We will be transmitting live all of the action here at the GKA Kite World Cup in Dakhla. Gianmarcos Rivera coming into the shore has seen there's not a set, so he can't get it in this heat. So the winners of this heat are Kiahi de Boites and Pedro Matos. Very complete here. So there you can see the final rays of sunshine here. End of heat number 11A. Kiahi de Boites and Pedro Matos take the win of the final heat here in Dakhla. Wow, so that is the end of day 7. The lights pretty much going out. We have done it until sunset. We've seen some great heats there in that final heat there. Kiahi de Boitis and Pedro Matos taking the win. Next we will see in the water, we will have tomorrow Rhys Mayersco, Kiko Reut, Ayrton Cosolino and Donna At. So thank you for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow here on the live stream. I'm Josie Ashler and this is the GKA World Tour.